All right, folks, sorry about the technical difficulties. As you know, buildings can be a little spotty with the Wi-Fi. Since we're working on Wi-Fi, we don't have a direct Ethernet connection. I want to apologize for that, for if it's going in and out. Going forward, though, we should be good. We'll start the game here in about 5 minutes. In a couple minutes, we'll just kind of debrief on how the day's gone before the placement game. So thanks for hanging in there with us.
Seventh place is on the line as Milwaukee United takes on Minnesota Black in the first of the placement matchups. Jeff Disher, Josh Wallinga with you from start to finish, even going back to Friday. You see the schedule in front of you. On the graphic, Minnesota Black taking on Milwaukee here, followed by Fargo-Moorhead, Minnesota Green at 12:30, and then we get to the big money. West Point and Chicago for third place, CalHeat and New York Athletic Club for the chip, for the cookies, and for the big money. But as we get set to see the seventh place match between Milwaukee and Minnesota Black, let's debrief about what we have seen as we look at the Group 1 standings. You see Milwaukee United at the bottom of that group with 3 losses in pool play, but 48 goals, a good building block to go ahead with into this 7th place match.
Yep, I believe. Yep. I was a little disappointed with how Milwaukee performed. It's probably first tournament jitters, but I mean, Fargo came out in their game and did what they needed to do, which is win. Everybody wants to win, but Fargo had a strong showing there at the end, and I think that's going to carry well with them into the 5th place game. And so those would be the bottom 2 groups. Army and CalHeat, as you saw in the last game, pretty even until halfway, and then CalHeat just kind of took forward. West Point looks like that they have a couple new players, a little less experience than maybe CalHeat, who's been playing together for a while. And so that kind of rounds out how Group 1 was.
As we go to Group 2.
Yep. So Group 2 consists of both Minnesota teams, Chicago and NYAC.
Same song, different verse at the bottom of Group 2, too, with Minnesota.
Yep.
Minnesota Black, or it looked like green.
Yeah, so Minnesota Black at the bottom, brand new team. A lot of these players, it's their first year, just trying to get some tournament experience, which is great. The goal differential is going to be a lot, especially in the negatives, but that happens when you have these newer players. Now, the part that I'm personally interested, because I was on part of that team, was the goal differential and the goals for and against for Minnesota Green, which is only at -6. So that means they were only scored on 6 more times
than they
scored
themselves.
Which, if you look at the spread with Chicago, pretty close. Chicago good at +12. They're in 2nd place right now. Goals for, they have a good offense, and they have a pretty solid defense too. And obviously NYAC just trucking through. doing what they do best, which is win. And so rounding out the top in our championship game later. So both groups very competitive. You can see some stark differences, but I think this game, Milwaukee against Minnesota Black, is going to be really good and a lot closer than maybe both teams have seen for this tournament.
As we get ready for the 7th place contest between Milwaukee United and Minnesota Black. Milwaukee played their final pool play game this morning, and they were, I don't know how to say outclassed without saying the word outclassed.
Fargo showed up, Milwaukee didn't. Milwaukee has been having an off tournament. I know usually they play a lot better, a lot coherence, not the right word. Their cohesion is usually better.
That's a good word for it.
And I know Milwaukee has played well in the past, and I'm hoping this game will be a little different for them. And hopefully Minnesota Black will give them a run for their money.
Minnesota Black with the first possession of the contest, 20 seconds in. And this one is found by Andy Anderson, and that possession goes by the wayside as Milwaukee comes up the floor. Adam Aisa will send it ahead. Ryan Peterson involved as the center back, or the straw that stirs the drink offensively for Milwaukee.
Yep. And thanks again, folks, for the technical difficulties. We got the stream back up and running again. I see a few more viewers trickling in. Should be a good game. Looks like Ryan wants a timeout real quick to get some grease or something off of the ball, or something. Or
that won't be charged to Milwaukee at all. That's just
nope.
That's just a floor timeout.
Yep, absolutely.
Peterson dropped it off to Aisa. Ball slapped by Ali. I'm in winter mode already. Yeah. Slapped in by Ali. 1-0 Milwaukee.
Yep, that was good effort on Ali to get that in. And unfortunate for Grant, the goalkeeper, that just trickled in. He had that. It happens.
Erickson wearing the single 9. As the pass leads to a goal, Minnesota Black tied at 1.
Nolan's been looking for that all tournament.
Good time to find it.
Yeah, he's been playing for 3 months. Very, very much improved from when he started. Peterson
scores himself.
Yep.
So Milwaukee will answer.
Yep, that's a good shot from Ryan. He's been trying to hit the shots all game. I mean, I guess if you're going to do it, you got to do it in the last game of the tournament.
Not many better times to do just that.
Exactly.
Erickson delivers down low. Erickson at the wing. Right-handed flip. Quick shot and a goal scored. Dierig with it as it goes 2-1 Milwaukee. So the goal actually denied.
Yep.
22:30 to go in the first half.
Wings stepped in. Is close.
The restricted area.
Yep.
Peterson around 1 gets the shot away off iron and inbounds. Milwaukee keeps the ball. Far wing. That shot will go in. It is now 3-1 Milwaukee.
Yep. Black's trying to play good, solid. Black is trying to solidify their defense more. I think Milwaukee is kind of frustrated at how their tournament's gone, so they are doing their best to learn from the previous games, have solid defense, and try to stop what they can.
Anderson got that shot away. He was thwarted as this comes ahead for Milwaukee. I thought that Aisa took one to the head there. He got around it, and it is now 4-1. Milwaukee is the goal scored.
Yep. This is the Milwaukee that I'm used to seeing. It stinks that it took them so long to do it, but hey, better late than never.
Early in the U.S. handball season, though, so in retrospect, while it may be late in this tournament, as the goal or the score is still 4-1, while it may be late in this tournament, there is still a lot of time before next May and the national tournament to button some things up.
Exactly, yeah. And, yeah, so the grand scheme of things, long way to go. Just kind of compartmentalize it and do the best you can. So let's see if Black can get an offense going, though.
Erickson dropped it off. I don't know that his partner, Andy Anderson, was expecting it, as that ball is hacked at and won by Dill.
Good defense, good hustle. Black really needed that stop. You can't rely on I mean, this tournament you can rely on your goalie, but sometimes you don't want to.
As many teams have done this weekend.
Yep. Good. Give Grant a rest there.
Minnesota Green included, Walinga.
Yep. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Julian, shout out to you coming up from Miami and helping us out with that. Not gonna lie, I'd be dead tired. And great to watch him play and kind of learn a couple things from him as well.
What have you learned from the way that he plays?
He is more reactive than I am. I preemptively do things like stepping up. He just instinctively does it, and that's with him playing many, many more years than I have of handball. So hope one day to be as reactive as he is, although I'm getting older, so that's going to slow down. But, you know, it is what it is.
I'm just not going to say anything there.
Hey, I turned 30, all right? That's a big milestone for me. I know I'm younger than you or Josh, but still.
Happy belated birthday, I suppose.
Oh, thank you.
Quick shot for Milwaukee. They're up 5-1.
Yep.
Early stages of the contest.
Yep. So down by 4. I think. I mean, it has been about 6 minutes. I don't want to say it's the best position they've been in. They played NYAC pretty hard to begin with. So I think where they are now, the teams are a lot more even, but I think Milwaukee is capitalizing.
Great goal from Sam Erickson.
As I say that, Black capitalizes on a hole in the defense.
Now Milwaukee coming ahead, looking to answer. Potential 2-goal swing here. Peterson does me dirty and shoots that ball, goes in the net. It does. 6-2 our score. So not a 2-goal swing so much as it could have been.
Yep.
Black will bring this ahead. Erickson to Anderson. Anderson has trouble controlling, draws the whistle. 18-11 to go in the first half.
I think if Sam gets that ball up about another foot, that's a shot on goal.
Erickson, cross court. Black now waiting for options. Anderson goes cross wing. Save made by Joey Williams. Brought back ahead by Black. 6-2 our score. Early stages of the first half.
I think another thing that's taken its toll here is a lot of these newer players, we don't usually use stick-em, and so that extra grip is kind of throwing them off. They're under-throwing or they're over-throwing like that to compensate for it. If you haven't experienced before, it is very jarring for your first time.
Peterson, the straw that stirs the drink for Milwaukee. Drop down low to Gruzinski, who gets it back to Peterson. Peterson, Gruzinski. Gruzinski jumps, dropped it off. Quick shot by Issa, would not go.
That's good. That's good for Black, Minnesota Black. They Grant, I think, Grant is gonna want those longer shots. He's gonna not want to be shot at from 6. He's gonna want to be shot from 9.
And it allows the keeper to adjust if you shoot from further away. Quick shot and a goal there for Milwaukee, 7-2.
Nothing you can do on a fast break there.
Nope.
I think Grant is probably the least experienced of all the keepers here. It doesn't mean he's not trying his hardest, but fast breaks can be jarring. Is going to be my word of the day. It's going to be very jarring for a new keeper.
and something you have to learn very quickly. Williams with a save, although the whistle went.
Yep, because in soccer it's a lot of extending, like you're being taller and longer, but with handball you need to be bigger. Like imagine kind of something along the lines of like a snake in soccer, and then you're going to be a big old bear in handball. Ooh, that's not good for Milwaukee. Comfortable lead, which is good, but
offensive laps.
Yep, exactly.
Black comes across the timeline as Erickson controls this. He goes to Anderson, who goes cross court. Loose ball. Black with the possession. The shot gets away, and we have a 7-meter throw awarded with 15 minutes and 3 nickels, we'll say, left to go in the first half.
Yep.
Taking the shot is Dill.
Good effort by Aaron to draw the penalty or get a goal.
Dill fakes, fires.
Good save.
And the right foot of Joey Williams coming in clutch for Milwaukee. Black keeps possession. 14:47 to go in the first half of play.
Yep. So
as Anderson makes that ill-intended pass.
Yep.
Peterson scores and makes Anderson pay.
Yep. So you can see the experience disparity here. Minnesota Black, almost all exclusively new players, given a couple. Sam was one of them, number 22, and then Cesar on the right wing. Those are probably going to be the most experienced players for Minnesota. Good shot. Very good shot by Sam. Milwaukee has experienced players playing together, and, I mean, you can tell. You definitely can tell, but
indeed,
it happens.
Peterson gets this back. Bear hug, halt play, clock rolling, 13:52. Left to go in the first half of play.
That was a good read by Aaron to step up. Just do kind of a line check on Ryan, because Ryan's been shooting from 9, so you got to stop that.
Milwaukee with possession, unable to get a shot away, was Nate Wagner. Whistle goes, halt play, 13:33 to go in the first half, timeout called. Yep. So, how did to keep the Talking Heads theme going like we've done the last 2 days, how did we get here?
So Milwaukee is playing their game finally. I think it helps that they're playing kind of an inexperienced team. Minnesota Black is going to do some things other teams won't, and vice versa. So Milwaukee, I think, is finally getting the rhythm. I think also too they're just frustrated from the weekend. So they're just like, last game we got to go all out. Minnesota Black, from what I've been noticing, their defense has been showing up a lot more. Milwaukee's been taking a lot of shots from 9 meters, which is that dotted line. And so Minnesota Black is stepping up on them instead of letting them have free shots. And I think that's allowing Grant, the goalie, and their offense to kind of capitalize off of that.
8-3 as the timeout comes to an end. Jeff Disher, Josh Wallinga, 7th place game between Milwaukee and Minnesota Black. Up next, it'll be Minnesota Green taking on Fargo Moorhead in a matchup that, for equivalency purposes, between the 8 teams, holds true to what the standings in each group would suggest.
Yep. I'm excited for this. I'll be playing in the next game. I'm really excited for it. Fargo's always a good team to play against. They got a chip on their shoulder, but at the end of the day, we're all friends, and it's great. It's great that we have that.
Peterson drops this to El Shaarawy. El Shaarawy gets it to Wagner, shoots and scores. 9-3. Crossing the timeline are Minnesota Black, as this goes to Sam Erickson wearing the single 9 on court for Minnesota Black. Wagner, the center back, if you will. Erickson drops this over. The cycle play for Black working. Dill gets the shot away, and it goes high.
if Minnesota can keep doing stuff like that, start running more plays, it's going to get them back in the game. Minnesota's defense has been good for what it is. It obviously can be better. Anything can be better. But on offense, they really need to start pushing plays and passing the ball more.
12:28 to go, first half of play. Dropped off by Jagger. Jagger to Gruzinski. The shot goes high.
I think that might have been a tip. The ref obviously saw more than we did, so they didn't call it a tip or a corner throw-in.
Black crosses into their attack. Whistle goes. Halt to play. Clock rolls. 12 minutes left to play in the first half. Erickson tried to get through 2. Usually 1 into 2 doesn't go.
Nice.
Quick shot, 5-hole. Joey Williams doesn't like to see that, and I don't know any goalkeeper up here or down there who would want to see that.
No, he was expecting it to go far post, left the inside open, and the wing number 8. He read that, placed it perfectly.
Milwaukee with possession. El Shaarawy gets this, and he quarterbacks as the center back for Milwaukee on the attack. Brought ahead, Peterson, check that. Jagger was harmed, got fouled, and Milwaukee maintains possession. El Shaarawy passes back. This goes to Gruzinski. Gruzinski tried to make 1 go into 2. I don't know if that's how math works, but Gruzinski took the shallow end of that as a yellow card comes out.
It's kind of a late yellow card. You probably want to be calling 2 minutes, but I guess if it's the first penalty, that's fine.
Milwaukee extends their possession.
Yep.
Wanted to finish your point. I do apologize.
Oh, no, it's fine. I was just going to say yellow cards, a little late for yellow card, but first penalty of the game, so what do you do?
El Shaarawy drops it over, gets it to Gruzinski. Gruzinski bear hugged. Clock rolls, 10:23.
Good step up from Aaron again. He needs to keep doing that to kind of help the play there. Good on him.
El Shaarawy bear hugged to the floor he goes.
Yep.
And this extended possession only helps Milwaukee being up 9-4. The shot there saved by
Grant.
Wojciechowski.
Yep.
Adrian would appreciate that at ESPN.
Yep, they needed that stop. Good for Grant to be there. Now they just have to get a goal off of this possession. I think if they do that, they can get the ball rolling, get the momentum back, because the momentum is clear in Milwaukee's favor currently.
Erickson goes cross court. And actually, a college football reporter at ESPN with the first name of Gene spells his name the exact same way Grant does. As this is brought ahead for a quick shot, Gruzinski scores 10-4 as Black crosses the timeline. 9 minutes and a nickel remaining in the first half.
Yep, I think this is the closest game Black is gonna come to here.
Yeah.
Closest game they've played so far. Good
Great
luck.
steal by Gehrig, and he makes Williams pay 10-5.
They really needed that. That is good for Minnesota Black. Anytime you score a goal, it's good. But they really needed to swing the momentum back in their favor.
Quick shot, and Gruzinski puts that in, halting that 11-5 in favor of Milwaukee. 8:25 to go, first half of play. As we are in the second quarter, if you will, for those tuning in to the Vikings game shortly, that'll be on Fox 9 as they take on the Chicago Bears.
Yeah, maybe someday we'll make it onto national TV. I think we got some good rollings here.
But you can have multiple tabs open if you're viewing this on YouTube. Open another tab and stream the game or the Vikings game on Fox.
He's really got to save that. I'm assuming you're talking about Joey, or is it Grant? It might have been Grant on that long shot. Yeah, I'd agree. You got to save that. New goalie, though, 3 months of experience. So he's still learning a lot of things, specifically with positioning. So if it was in relation to that, then yeah, you do. But newer keepers are going to do the best they can.
Center 7-meter throw. That looked like a broken play if I've ever seen one, as that was the easiest save that Grant Wojciechowski will see, that especially this weekend.
Yep. I mean, you save a 7-meter, people are going to be like, dang, you saved a 7-meter.
But that
doesn't matter how it is.
That was no ordinary 7-meter. I don't think Milwaukee had pocket or corners picked or anything along those lines.
Yep. I mean, you got to let other players try. This is actually a great time to have Milwaukee and Minnesota Black maybe try some things they haven't before. Like maybe run a 5-1 defense, which I guess they're doing right now that I'm realizing it.
Aisa scores. 12-5.
Yeah. Do that. Maybe let some other people take penalty shots that they normally wouldn't. I mean, this is a great building game for both teams.
Black crosses the timeline. And Erickson goes over to Ward. Ward trying to advance. Got that to Dierig. Erickson scores.
Yeah, if you give Sam some space, he is going to take that. He is going to get it.
2-minute penalty, by the way, called against Milwaukee. I did not see what for.
I think it was because when Sam went up, he pushed him, is my best guess. Don't have instant replay. Sorry, folks. Working on that.
7 men on the court for Minnesota Black, so they are on the man advantage for the next 2 minutes. And it is a score-at-will style man advantage. This goes to Peterson, who shoots wide of the mark, and the rebound will float perilously off court. Yep. Black will advance across the timeline and into their attack.
It's good defense from Minnesota Black there. Ryan trying his usual stuff. Didn't hit that one.
Shot and a goal. Minnesota Black within 5.
The Yen special. Fake step right, 2 steps to the left, take a shot.
Crossing the timeline now are Milwaukee, as Jagger and Peterson lead the attack. Aisa, Peterson, 4:43 to go, first half of play. Peterson goes over to Aisa and drops this over. Quick shot, short side. Don't know how Milwaukee extended that possession. They got lucky, apparently. Peterson drops this off. Shot and a goal. Wojciechowski had some of it, but he didn't get all of it.
Yep.
13-7.
I think if he makes his body a little bigger there, kind of turned a little bit, could be a little jarring. There's that word again. As a new keeper, I think if he just stays big there, he's gonna save that. But you know, when you got a guy that's shooting fast, protect yourself. Obviously, most important thing.
3:55 to go, first half of play. Black in possession. Erickson shoots and scores. Erickson, the straw stirring Minnesota Black's drink, if you will, as they are within 5.
Yep, he is. If Minnesota brings this out, I think he'd be. I know it's first half, but he'd definitely be a player of the game in mind for me. He's been hitting his shots. He's been creating space, and he's just been rocking it into the corners. Not much that a goalie can do when you shoot like that.
No. Milwaukee with possession, and they draw the whistle. Halting play, clock rolls, 3 1/4 left to play in the first half. Aisa controls this. Quick shot. Yep. Erickson, I don't think got a mitt to it, but the ball goes out of play.
Yep, that's really good defense on Black. Having the backs or the wing step over from the wing to the back on defense to close that gap and make that shot hard.
Anderson gets it back, Steps around one. He forgot the ball. Whistle goes. And Milwaukee with possession.
Yeah, that looked like it was either a travel there or he stepped inside.
The restricted area.
Yep. No fly zone. Area 51, if you want to call it. Nobody's getting in there. I mean, you can, but you know how that goes.
Yeah, you'll get whistled.
Yep.
Peterson from Kiros. Check that, Jagger. Jagger back to Peterson. Shoots. Save made by Wojciechowski, and the rebound goes to his men in black.
Great save. Great way to be there.
And that pass kept alive by Black. Quick, high rising shot from Ward. Goes by the wayside, and with under 2 minutes to play, it's 13-8 in favor of Milwaukee.
That was really good defense, really good recovery. They needed to get that in the back of the net, though.
Desperately.
Yep. I mean, still down by 5. That's nothing to laugh at, especially with how they've been, or with the teams they've been put up against this past weekend. This is really good for them, and I hope that if it doesn't turn out their way, they can look back and say, dude, we killed it. We did so good.
85 seconds to go in the first half of play. Green and Fargo Moorhead upcoming as Milwaukee handles the ball and loses possession. Great stall there by Aisa, but the ball intended for Anderson goes by the wayside. Milwaukee will have possession with a minute to go.
Good to get back on defense by Milwaukee.
6 flat for Black.
Yep. All right, Black needs a stop, and then they need a goal, and I think then they're going into the halftime actually feeling okay.
Quick shot and a goal. 14-8 now. 43 seconds to go in the first half. I would say going in down 5 is more advantageous for Black than, say, going in down 6.
Yep. I would agree with that. Any time that they can cut the lead down.
Quick shot taken by Dill. He also took one up high, but not head-hunting length. We'll stay right here. Black with possession. 16 seconds. Dropped off to Anderson. Loose ball. Played to Peterson. Peterson with a fast break. Peterson scores. 15-8. Buzzer will sound, and that'll do it for the game's opening half.
Yep.
Final thought on what you saw in the first half.
Black's playing a lot better this time. Milwaukee is also playing a lot better, evidenced by the score. I think that this can still be a close game. Go back, reassess what's going on, and get Minnesota Black, just get the ball in the back of the net, and for Milwaukee is just keep doing what they're doing.
I will hold down the fort while you go prepare for the 5th place game as Fargo Moorhead takes on Minnesota Green coming up next. But halftime activities will resume as it is Milwaukee up on Minnesota Black 15-8 at the break.
Yep. Thank you. See you soon.
back for the second half of the 7th place game between Milwaukee and Minnesota Black from Kennedy Activity Center in Bloomington, Minnesota. We encourage you to join the chat here on YouTube. I am seeing a couple of comments about defense and making saves, as one of you mentioned that a save needed to be made in that first half. But definitely contribute to the chat by leaving a comment on the right side of your stream window. But as we get set to start the second half, Jeff Disher up high. Milwaukee has the opening play of the second half. As this one is controlled by Peterson. Quarterbacking the attack for Milwaukee. Peterson handles this far side, gets it to Jagger. Jagger goes to Aisa. Aisa going down, whistle goes, shot goes away. And a bit of a slight disparity, 4.5 seconds or so, between the clock that you see on your screen and the clock in the building, as the ball out of play. But the clock ticks down. 24 minutes to play, second half. In the battle for 7th place. Peterson shoots up over the cage, and the ball will go to Minnesota Black, going left to right on your screen as they cross the timeline. This goes down low to Dill, and Dill works this over to Anderson. Anderson, Dill. Dill gets it to Portillo. Dill shoots. No, he dropped it off. Anderson to Dill. Anderson, cross court. Inside. Player held up for Minnesota Black is Nolan Lisi, one of the backs and pivot players for Minnesota Black. That shot goes wide. 23 minutes left to play in the second half. As Minnesota Black with possession, a corner throw will restart play. 15-8 in favor of Milwaukee. Quick shot and a goal as Minnesota Black comes to within 15-9. Milwaukee crosses the timeline, and they go to Nathan Wagner. Wagner eventually gets it to Peterson with a little help from Jagger. Jagger. Peterson playing catch as this goes far side. Quick shot off the iron, and it stayed out for a save by Grant Wojciechowski. Actually, it's Sam Erickson now in net for Minnesota Black. 22 minutes left to go, second half of play, as it will be Anderson controlling center backing, I should say, for Black as a whistle goes. Halt to play, extended possession for Black. Dill tried to get through two, and usually physics says one into two doesn't go. But as I said just a second ago, that extends the possession for Black. Down low on the near side is Dill. Dill dropped that off and got it to Anderson. Quick pass over on the far side, picked up, and the whistle goes. Not necessarily good to see if you're Milwaukee, who needs to get out of their defensive end. Dill works this on. Anderson saw a chink in the armor, and it's now 15-10. Actually, the goal waved off. We stay 15-9 with 21, or I was correct, 15-10 We'll try and match the scoreboard as best we can. But it is 15-10 as Jagger gets this. Peterson helps him back. Peterson tried to work through a crowd, and a save made on the shot by Wojciechowski, or by Erickson, excuse me. Erickson, 99, in the red jersey for Minnesota Black. Dill works this on, up top, save made by Williams. And with 20 minutes and a quarter left to play in the second half, it is 15-10. Dill. Whistle goes, will go the other way. Believe a player was in the restricted area. Halt to play. With 20 minutes, 2 seconds left to go. Minnesota Black will advance across the timeline. Under 20 minutes to play in the contest. As this comes ahead for Milwaukee. Wagner, drop that to Peterson. Peterson to Aisa. Aisa gets this to Jagger. Jagger dropped it over to Peterson. His shot, kick save made, rebound controlled by Erickson. Black crosses the timeline. And this goes to Anderson. Weckner dropped it over, left side, quick shot and a goal. It is now 15-11. As Milwaukee crosses the timeline, this goes to Jagger. Jagger to Gruzinski. Gruzinski to Jagger. Gruzinski, the center back. Pass a little too hot to handle for Gruzinski, but bailing him out is Jagger. Gruzinski. Jagger. Shot, weak side, and it would not go. As the ball advanced into the front court by Black. They are on their attack with Anderson. Weckner brings this one on, and the shot, score. And it's 15-12. 17:55 to go in the second half. We'll do our best to match the clock in the building as Jagger and company control this. El Shaarawy to Jagger to 21 Gruzinski, and Erickson with the save. Crossing into the front court are Black. They start their attack with Weckner. 17:23, 2-1 to go in the second half, as it's 15-12. Over to the far side. That pass eventually retrieved by Weckner. Don't need to worry about a backcourt violation, though, as it is Weckner controlling the offense. Weckner dropped it off. Loose ball, and controlled by Milwaukee as they advance into the attack. Williams coming up as he was out of position, or appeared to be out of position, and we'll come back across for a Minnesota Black possession. Whistle goes, Bear Hug halts play, clock moves, 16:35 to go in the second half. Black with possession, quick shot and a quick goal. Anderson makes it 15-13. And a timeout called with 16:13 to go. Or actually, we'll match up. 16:11 was when that timeout was called. And we will halt here. Let's go with a Talking Heads style reference from a song in the 80s called Once in a Lifetime. The reference being, how did we get here? And for Milwaukee, rather, they have recently sort of, I'll say, shut off. And I do want to apologize. Dale Farrell Harris listed as number 24 on the roster I've got, but he is number 10 on the floor. But getting back to that point with Milwaukee, and I thank you to the commenter in the chat, but Milwaukee slept partially or turned off for a little bit there, allowing Minnesota Black to get in the game, as this is the closest Black has been to the lead all game, as Milwaukee will take possession. And we have a bit of a delay. Another timeout. Issue with the ball, it looked like, and the resin on the ball. Milwaukee will handle into their attack. Back underway we go. 16 minutes to go. And a quick shot, save Erickson. And the loose ball controlled by Black, but we have a stoppage of play. That leads to a Milwaukee possession. 15.5 minutes left to play in the second half. Jeff Disher flying solo up high as Minnesota Green gets ready for its game, coming up with Fargo Moorhead for 5th place. Peterson drops this over to Jagger. Jagger gets it back to Peterson. Peterson, Jagger. Jagger dropped that off. Grzinski, quick shot, wide. And Minnesota Black maybe can get within one. Black crosses the timeline. This goes to Weckner. Weckner to Anderson. Anderson back to Weckner, and they play catch. Cross wing, it goes to Derrick. Weckner dropped over to Japs. Anderson dropped it to Weckner, and Weckner comes up gimpy. As a brief halt to play, Black will keep possession. And you're right. The pace of the game has slowed down, which is Milwaukee's disadvantage, as we've seen in this tournament. Most certainly. So I agree with the commenter in the chat who had just mentioned that. As coming up the floor are Milwaukee with a 2-goal lead, 14 minutes to play. As this goes to Peterson, who goes cross court. Jagger back to Peterson. And Peterson down low to El Shaarawy. Peterson has it stolen from him. Here comes Black. Were they too quick on the fast break? Yes. So the halt to play with 13:35 to go in the game. Clock rolls, by the way. And Joey Williams with a great save. Most certainly. Defense wins championships, so I'm told. As Black comes ahead. Save made by Williams, but he couldn't make the second effort. 15-14 now. And usually as a goalkeeper like that, and this extends to hockey too, you make the first save, but you parry it out front. Hockey and soccer as well, now that I think about it. You parry that first shot out that you save, and you'll get burned on the rebound every time. Fast break for Black. Save made with the right foot of Joey Williams. What a save made by him. And his right foot up for consideration as the body part of the game, I suppose, but definitely Williams, the up for player of the game too. Whistle halting play, 12:24 left to go in the contest, and a block made by Black, but Milwaukee will extend possession. If any of you want to get involved in the chat, tell me where you are from and who you are rooting for. Although, judging by the comments in this game thus far, I would say it about evenly breaks for both Milwaukee and Minnesota Black. 7-meter throw up coming for Milwaukee. As Peterson gets ready, takes the shot, it goes up high. And Minnesota Black will get possession back. Erickson didn't have to worry about a thing. 11:36 to go in the second half of play as Black advances into the front court. Ball thrown on by Anderson. Gets it back, does he? Far wing. And a short side shot, save Williams. And the rebound sends Milwaukee scrambling up the floor. Although they're not necessarily scrambling, I should note that they're slowing. They're deliberately slowing, but deliberately slowing the pace down as Milwaukee scores to go up 2 with under 11 minutes to play. A shot goes by the boards for Black. Leading to another shot that's caught by Williams. Coming up the floor now are Milwaukee. As this is brought up the floor, eventually getting over to Beekry. Beekry, 39 in the blue jersey. El Sharawi goes to Farrell Harris. I'm learning, YouTube commenter. Erickson with the save. As this goes the other way, just over the outstretched glove hand of Joey Williams. And we have 9:43 to go in the contest. 7th place on the line. As Minnesota Black controls near wing. That goes to Wojciechowski, and Williams makes the stop. And actually a goal scored, so it is 16-15 in favor of Milwaukee as they come up the floor. Drop to Farrell Harris, and he tried to get in the play, extending the possession, but was unlucky. Now Minnesota Black escapes and prances up the floor. This one is worked over to Anderson. Anderson drops it off. He got it to Lisi. Lisi to Anderson. Anderson cross wing. Anderson, or actually check that, Lisi. Shot saved by Williams, but not with his right foot. The Golden Foot Award definitely under consideration for Joey Williams, most definitely, just based on the way he's played all weekend. That ball delivered by Dale Farrow-Harris to the far wing. Whistle goes, and I believe a travel was called. We'll keep possession here, though. So a travel not called. Farrow-Harris gets the ball back into play. He being with center back is the ball trapped in the right wing. 7:48 to go in the second half. As that goes out of view. And Minnesota Black has a chance to tie. Ball advanced up the floor. Eventually gets to Dill. Dill back down low. That pass a little hard to handle. And Milwaukee will prance back up the floor. Seven minutes, 10 seconds to go. Second half of play. 16-15 our score as Milwaukee advances. That's Farrow-Harris who goes down to El-Shaarawy. Shot blocked on the way through. And here comes Minnesota Black. Up court they go. 6:48 to go in proceedings. Is a long pass to the far wing. Leads to a possession for Milwaukee. As they come up floor. Farrow-Harris center backing on this attack. It goes down low. Whistle before the shot goes off. And in a one-goal game like this, both of these teams don't want to make a very critical, or what could end up being a very critical mistake. Harris with a shot that goes wide. El-Shaarawy, one of the last to touch it for Milwaukee as well on that exchange. Halt to play called. And a timeout with 5:55 gives us a chance to match up. But it is 16-15 to Milwaukee as the timeout halts play. Coming up next is a matchup for fifth place between Fargo-Moorhead and Minnesota Green. And we have heard from scouts that Minnesota Green will employ a two-goalkeeper system, as it is both Renault and Josh Walenga getting time in net for Minnesota Green. So that comes your way after this one is done. But we also have a player of the game interview before we get there. For this one, I'll leave the question to the YouTube viewers. Who would be your player of the game for each team? Don't need to tell me why. Just nominate a player of the game in the chat on the right side of your picture. Up court comes Minnesota Black. And the ball dropped off to the far wing, and the shot goes up over the head of Joey Williams. Milwaukee comes back into their offensive attack. Farrow-Harris advances across the timeline. Ball stolen. And a fast break leads to a kick save by Williams. Forgot to start the clock on this end. However, 5 minutes to go. It's about a 45-second disparity or so, 42 seconds really. But we're under 5 minutes to play in the contest, as it is Milwaukee with the ball and a 1-goal lead. Far side, this goes to Harris. Harris drops this off to El Shaarawy, gets it to Harris. El Shaarawy looking for an opening, not finding one. He has to create one, and bodies fly, whistle goes, and a halt to play. .420 to go in the second half, as a 7-meter throw to Dale Farrow-Harris. Score. 17-15 now, with 4 minutes remaining in the game. Minnesota Black advancing, still in it by any stretch of the imagination. Dill goes to Ward. Ward dropped it in front. Easy save for Williams, but play halted. Black will maintain possession as Ward controls this. It goes far wing, short side shot, past Williams and in, 17-16. Milwaukee crosses the timeline, and they give Ali some time with the ball, as it is Ryan Peterson getting it to Harris, who got it to El Shaarawy. Loose ball. Harris down in the corner. He throws it in the center of what would be the restricted area. Whistle goes. And we're under 3 minutes to go in the game. Harris looking to take the 7-meter throw. Harris scores. 18-16. Minnesota Black with possession. Across the timeline they go. Ward gets it back here. Ward goes inside. Bear hug, halts play, clock rolls, 2:23 left to go in the second half. Quick shot and a goal. Black to within 1. Now Milwaukee crosses the timeline. If these two teams are trading goals down the stretch here, it could be very interesting. Jagger gets it cross court with a little help from Farrow-Harris. Farrow-Harris, the center back, pushes off 2. And a whistle halts play. Milwaukee with possession. Jagger, Farrow-Harris, as the play restarts. 1:45 left to go. Clock rolls, as it is El Shaarawy tried to get around contact. He was unsuccessful, but Milwaukee with an extended possession. Farrow-Harris shoots one wide. 18-17 with 85 seconds to go in the game. And now a full court press for Milwaukee. Thought they stepped on the line, but a call made allowing Minnesota Black to gain control of the ball with 68 seconds to go. Coming ahead is Dill. Dill to Ward. Back to Dill, cross court, quick shot. Williams with the save. And we will hang here. Corner throw for Minnesota Black. And with under a minute to play, Minnesota Black needs to hurry. Far wing. This goes to Weckner. Weckner got it to Ward. Ward could not put the shot on net. 30 seconds to play as Milwaukee brings this back into play. That's Harris going cross court. Milwaukee now having to endure a full court press. Harris, no need to worry about a backcourt violation, as Black will bring this ahead. Before Erickson could get the shot away, a whistle goes. And the final 5 seconds will drift off the clock, and that'll do it in what easily was the closest game in the tournament so far. For 5th place, it is Milwaukee with a slim 18-17 victory. We will pause and we will have, I dare say, we bring Joey Williams back as the player of the game. So we'll do that, and we'll have the interview with him upcoming, and that comes your way in a second. Back up top, Jeff Disher high atop with Joe Williams as the player of the game in the 7th place match that we just saw. By the way, your right foot will be up for an award next year, maybe in terms of a trophy. Your thoughts on your defense and how it brought you to 7th place?
It's a good group of guys on the team. I think our defense this last game was probably the best defense we played all tournament, but we just couldn't get something going on offense. So it's just tough, especially when your defense is playing so well. But I mean, that's just part of playing 4 games in 2 days. Very intense day yesterday, playing 2 of the best teams in the country, and then early morning for us today. Had to be up at crack of dawn. So, and in all honesty, probably wasn't the most responsible handball player last night. Nothing crazy, but I went to bed way too late. Was hanging out, maybe a little too long. Too much Chick-fil-A as well. So, not feeling great, and I feel a little bad. I feel very bad because I probably could have played better.
Chick-fil-A is not open on Sundays. We'll allow it.
Oh, thank you. Good. Yeah, so I had to get my fill in yesterday, but
there you go.
Yeah, it was good. It was nice to play against a team of primarily American guys who were newer to the game. They did really well. It's exciting to see all nice guys. I felt bad. It got a little chippy, at least for me, at some point, but it was cool to kind of be playing a tight game like that. I haven't played like a game like that in so long, so that was fun.
Well, hey, you are. I'm sure you'll be around for the final 3 games of the tournament.
Of course.
You're welcome to join us up this way.
Oh.
And,
Don't tempt me.
well,
Tempt me.
temptation was just offered.
Oh, well.
However, we need to pause. You are a player of the game from Milwaukee and Minnesota Black. We have Fargo Moorhead and Minnesota Green upcoming for 5th place, so we will do that in a moment.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Dish. And Dish, I just want to really quick, before you cut me off, I want to just give a shout-out to you. You've been working hard all day. For everyone watching at home, this man has been here from sunrise to sunset all 3 days. So shout-out to you, man. Thank you for all the work you're doing. It's appreciated by a lot of people.
I appreciate that, and we'll have the 5th place game and more appreciation coming your way in a second.
Thank you. Oh,
Okay.
I'll kill it. Ah! There we go. Oh, technical difficulties here.
Very finicky.
Oh, my God, what am I doing? Okay, here we go.
Back, excuse me, back at Kennedy Activity Center, 5th place game underway as it is Minnesota Green taking on Fargo Moorhead. in excuse me, in the fifth place contest here at day 3 of the Minnesota Fall Classic. Jeff Disher up high, flying solo as Finn Peterson controls this for green. We appreciate all of you hanging with us throughout the day and throughout the weekend. Hederick with the first shot for green goes by the wayside. And Fargo-Moorhead will get the first possession, or their first possession of the day. That goes to McCory, and McCory advances this. It comes to Newdom, and a whistle goes, extending possession for Fargo-Moorhead. McCory dropped it off, eventually getting to Silver, and Silver, at least yesterday, was the straw that stirred the drink for Fargo-Moorhead as Minnesota Green scores the game's opening goal. 23:35 to go first half of play, second game of the day in terms of the placement games. Far side, that pass delivered by McCory to the far wing. Whistle goes, will come the other way. That 7th place game indeed, a nail biter. Easily the closest game in the tournament to this point, but with the 3rd place and championship games upcoming, in the words of Bachman-Turner Overdrive, you ain't seen nothing yet. Green with possession, as this is Meisner. Meisner gets it to Peterson. Peterson slowing the offense down as Meisner center backs. And for those new to handball, think of a center back as someone quarterbacking the attack, if you will. 2-0 in favor of Minnesota Green, early stages of the 5th place contest from Bloomington, Minnesota at the Minnesota Fall Classic. This goes to McCormick. And McCormick got that back, that being Brandon McCormick, got that back to Silver. And the shot deflected. As Green with possession. Meisner dropped that far wing, got it to Peterson, who gets it back to Meisner. Meisner down low in the restricted area almost, as Fargo-Moorhead will advance this across the timeline. Little lackadaisical passing there from Fargo-Moorhead as they advance into the front court on their offense. Brandon McCormick got the shot away, and they score. So Fargo-Moorhead off the schneid, 2-1. The score to Fargo-Moorhead. Or the 2-1 the score to Minnesota Green. Fargo-Moorhead scoring the last goal until just there, as Minnesota Green goes up 3-1. Fargo-Moorhead crosses the timeline as they go into their offense. This one delivered to McCormick, and that's Brandon McCormick. He has Chris with him as well. Far wing, quick shot, short side, save made by Julian Renault. Minnesota Green crosses, and into the offense they go. 4-1 now to Minnesota Green. Newdom and Brandon McCormick leading the offense, although the center back is Roger Silver in this case. McCormick calls the play as this one is led to Silver. Whistle before the shot halts play. And 4-1 our score, 20 minutes and 3 nickels, I should say, remaining in the first half. Fargo-Moorhead trying to get out of their defensive end. As it goes to Brandon McCormick. You'd think I'd know these names by now. However, you still have to look down every so often. McCormick will lead this on. It goes to Silver. And a quick shot goes into the net. Fargo-Moorhead now down 2. 19:37 to go, first half of play. Jeff Disher up high, flying solo. And a whistle halts play. 19:32 left to play. We will roll so that our clock matches. And back underway we go. Minnesota Green settling things down. Meisner. Meisner gets this to Peterson. Shot, score. Minnesota Green extending their lead, 5-2. Fargo-Moorhead crosses the timeline into the front court, into their offense. McCory, who is the straw that stirs the drink for the Fargo-Moorhead Wolves, doing the business here. It goes to Maletti. Maletti delivers down low to Silver. Maletti thought about a pass far wing, gets it to Silver instead. Still Silver hacked, but a shot thwarted by Minnesota Green's goalkeeper, Renault. Brought in, Hederick, score! Josh Hederick makes it 6-2. Fargo-Moorhead brings this ahead. This will go to Maletti as he brought it across the timeline. It comes instead to Silver, who brings it back to Maletti. Maletti slowing things down for Fargo-Moorhead. And Minnesota Green having a slight bit of an adjustment period as that pass deflected out of play. It should be Green ball. It is, as Fargo-Moorhead the last to touch it. Bringing it across the timeline is Meisner. Into the attack zone comes Minnesota Green. Meisner slows the play down. 17:42 left to play in the first half of play. Meisner drops it to Peterson. Peterson bear hug. Clock rolls, 17.5 left to play in the game's opening half. From Bloomington, Meisner to Peterson. Meisner, the center back, as the swap occurs with Substat. Loose ball, out of play. Clock rolls, corner throw for Minnesota Green. Almost intercepted, but Meisner couldn't take advantage of that short sprint with a shot, and he throws it away. Fargo-Moorhead advancing up the floor as this one is brought on by McCory. McCory scored one of his team's first goals in games yesterday. I believe it was the first game that Fargo-Moorhead played against CalHeat, where McCory lit the lamp first. As a whistle goes, and an offensive foul, as it is now 6-3 in favor of Minnesota Green. 16 minutes left to go in the opening half of play. Brought ahead by 9 in the black, that's Maletti. Maletti went left, shot right, he scores. 6-4. Minnesota Green with possession. Near side, this one dropped off to Morfaw. Ellis Morfaw, the Shaquille O'Neal of handball. And for those who caught it earlier, I have a fact on Shaq coming. Morfaw drops this to Meisner. Meisner thought about getting it back to Morfaw. Quick shot and a quick goal, 7-4. In favor of Minnesota Green. 15 and 3 nickels left to play in the game's opening half, as this one is dropped off to Silver. Brought back over. Quick shot off the iron by McCory. As Minnesota Green will bring this across with Morfa. Morfa, the Shack of handball, Shack performing at the U.S. Grand Prix in a couple of weeks in Austin, Texas at Circuit of the Americas. I believe that concert will take place, that performance rather, will take place after the Grand Prix itself and after the after the podium ceremony. Minnesota Green extending the possession. 14:22 left to go in the first half. Morfa with a shot. Save is made. Rebound will not go. And I believe that's one of not many times I can count on one hand where a team in this tournament has gotten a 2-for-1. Meisner, or actually Peterson. Substat has a little trouble controlling, but this gets to Peterson. Peterson to Morfa. Morfa, short side kick save made. 13:50 to go, first half. Brought ahead by Fargo Moorhead to their offensive side of the court. Sent around by Silver. Short side. And unable to control there, McCory. He has to withdraw, so Fargo Moorhead will slow down. Maletti. McCory now. McCory for a shot from Silver, and the save made. Minnesota comes up the floor. Morfa gets it to Peterson. Peterson upended, short side, and it would not go, off the wrong side of the net. 7-4 our score, as this is brought ahead by Eric Newdom. Newdom got it to Maletti, and Maletti, the center back on this exchange for Fargo Moorhead. Maletti off a foot, and he tried to draw and did draw the extended possession. So Fargo Moorhead with possession as this one comes to Silver. Cross court, loose ball in the middle of the court, whistle drawn. 12:20 left to go in the first half of play. Quick shot by Maletti, who has a right-handed rocket, and it does not go for him. 12 minutes and 5 left to go in the first half of play. I see a Let's Go Green in the chat. Thank you, Dan, or excuse me. Yep, I'm correct. Thank you, Dan, for contributing. If you want to contribute to the broadcast today, and this includes the third place game and title game coming up, just drop a comment in the chat. We'll get to it as the day goes. Minnesota Green with possession near side. Morfa. No, we'll check that. That was Morfa. Meisner, or Peterson. Morfa shoots, near side, save made. 7-4, 11:16 to go in the game's opening half as Fargo Moorhead crosses the line to their attack. McCormick got the shot away, and they score 7-5 now. Minnesota Green brings this up. Morfa and Hedrick playing catch. As this goes to Meisner. Meisner quarterbacking the attack as the center back. Over to the far wing. Whistle goes. Halt to play before the shot. 10:26 left to go as a halt to play will match up. Green will maintain possession as it is Morfa who gets play back underway. Morfa goes cross court, right up the middle, and it is now 8-5 in favor of Minnesota Green. Fargo-Moorhead back defensively. Ball delivered to McCormick, and that's Brandon McCormick. Gets it to Silver. Silver dropped off. To the floor goes Kevin Bess, and he took it elbow first, but McCormick will handle. 9:34 left to play in the half. And McCormick, in a mass of humanity in the middle of the court. And now Minnesota on the fast break. Shot and a goal. It's now 9-5. Whistle go, or stoppage happens. Timeout called. With 9:08 left to go in the first half of play. So how did we get here, you ask? Well, Minnesota Green has had a sustained offense. Fargo-Moorhead has focused more, or has tried to focus more defensively on the defensive side of the game, but Minnesota Green not out to a big lead by tournament standards, as your West Points, your CalHeats, etc., will prove in the third place and championship games that are upcoming. We encourage all of you to stay tuned for those. So end of the timeout, 9:08 left to go in the first half. As it looks like play will go to the Minnesota Green defensive side of the court. And Fargo-Moorhead into their attack zone. Short side. This one given to Newdom. Newdom loses it. And Minnesota Green up the floor. Fast break, shot and a goal. .840 left to go in the first half as Fargo-Moorhead crosses the timeline. McCormick advances this and eventually gets it back to Maletti. Slowing up the play is Silver. Nothing wrong with that. Down 5 right now. Got to get the offense going if you're Fargo-Moorhead. McCormick shoots one wide. And the rebound for Renault. Hang on, we will stay here. I believe Renault touched it last. No, we'll go the other way. Renault pled his case and won the battle with the official. 8 minutes, or actually 7:55 to go. We'll match up as soon as we can, time-wise. We do know it's 10-5 in favor of Minnesota Green as that shot sails high and wide. Brought into the attack by Fargo-Moorhead. Silver and Maletti with the center back duties on this attack. Maletti goes down low, gets it to McCormick. McCormick shoots one. May have been off the iron. The rebound saved by Renault. Here comes Minnesota Green in return. Over on the far side, delivered by Ellis. And that's Ellis Morfa, 13, Shaq O'Neal of handball. Meissner, far side, quick shot. How did that go? 11-5. And that was high, or that was a high shot that just stayed high. Minnesota now starting to exert their will on Fargo-Moorhead. 5th place on the line as we get down to the final 6:35 of the game's opening half. McCormick, quick shot and a goal. Fargo-Moorhead staying alive like the Bee Gees back about 40 years ago, or just in the range of 40 years ago. Minnesota Green crosses into their attack. Meisner. Morfaw. Meisner switches positions. Morfaw delivers to the back, that being Peterson. Quick shot, it stayed out. And Minnesota Green extends the possession. Morfaw. 2-for-1 opportunity here. Late stages of the first half. I can count Minnesota Green as the only team I've seen with that 2-for-1 opportunity, and that's twice now in the game for Green. Player a little slow to get up for Minnesota Green as Fargo-Moorhead looking to attack. McCormick, cross court, short side shot goes in, 11-7. 5 1/4 remaining in the opening half of play as Minnesota Green advances across the timeline into their attack zone. Morfaw to Hederick, who gets it back to Morfaw. Morfaw to Meisner. Meisner cross wing, got it to Peterson. Meisner, Peterson, Morfaw. Hederick, short side, save made. 11-7 our score. 4:45 to go in the game's opening half. Brought across the timeline by Fargo-Moorhead as this goes to McCormick. McCormick ran into a wall, and usually they don't buckle. Fargo-Moorhead with a quick restart as this goes down low to Milletti. Milletti goes back to McCormick. McCormick cross court to his wing. Believe the shot came from Silver, and we will stay here as time ticks down to the 4-minute mark of the first half. I'm genuinely surprised this is a 4-goal game as that shot goes wide. Although these two teams are competition-wise, in terms of balance of competition, very evenly matched based on the group standings, as Morfaw's shot will not go, and Fargo-Moorhead will escape with a 4-goal disadvantage that could have been 5. Brought back ahead by the Wolves, and Silver goes cross court with it, and he gets it back near side. Silver with a shot up off the iron, caught by Renault. Here comes Minnesota Green on the fast break. Quick shot and a goal. Peterson. (12-7) now our score. 3 minutes to play in the first half of play. Fargo-Moorhead with possession. That goes to Silver. And across. Silver jumps around one, tried to get the shot away, and he ran into a wall. 2:40 left to go in the first half. Both of these teams looking to get to the halftime break in the 5th place game. Silver, whistle before the shot opportunity, and the goal waved off as Minnesota Green advances. 2:20 left to go. Short side. Hederick wanting the goal to stand. However, thought the Fargo player was in the restricted area. Not going to work. However, he will draw the 7-meter. And it goes in, 13-7. Fargo Moorhead going the other way. 13-7 our score. This comes over to Silver, near side. Silver gets it to Maletti. Maletti, as this goes by the wayside. Minnesota Green breaking out. Minute 20 to go in the first half of play. 13-8 now is the goal scored on the other end by Fargo Moorhead. Can Green answer in the latter stages of the first half as we have a minute to go? Morfa drops this off, gets it to Meisner. Meisner to Morfa, left side. Whistle went before the shot. And with 50 seconds to go in the first half, not what you want to necessarily see if you're Fargo Moorhead as Green extends the possession. 13-8. Hederick drops this off to Morfa. Meisner, Morfa. Morfa turns the ball over. Whistle goes, 30 seconds left. As a quick turnover leads to a ball out of play. And Fargo looking for the last shot, 19 seconds to go. As a shot there from McCory goes by the wayside, 10 seconds to play. As Green will get the last shot. 5 in the half. Whistle goes. That'll do it for that first half of play. So at the end of one half of play, it is Minnesota Green with a 13-8 lead. I don't know how those of you are feeling in the chat, but I'd expect that if I had to look at these two teams prior to the game actually going on for 5th place. We will have halftime activities in the second half coming your way in a moment as you are watching the Minnesota Fall Classic right here on YouTube. Fifth place on the line as Minnesota Green leads 13-8 through 25 minutes of play. Jeff Disher from Kennedy Activity Center in Bloomington. Minnesota Green leads over Fargo Moorhead as we get ready for the second half of play. So a little talking head segment here as far as how we got here. Minnesota Green steadied the offense once they got going and extended the lead to 5 late in that first half. But Fargo Moorhead, by no stretch of the imagination, went away. As it will be Minnesota Green going right to left in your picture. Fargo Moorhead left to right. And it will be Fargo Moorhead with the opening possession of the second half. Underway we go, and here we go. Final half of the fifth place game as Fargo Moorhead gets the opening play of the half. Short side, this goes from Coombs, and he gets it cross court. Quick pass to the center back being Maletti, that goes by the wayside. Minnesota Green with their first possession. Morfa scores 14-8. Fargo Moorhead brings this ahead. As it will go back to Fargo Moorhead, who have possession. Or back to Green, rather, who have possession as this one is brought across. 14-8 our score. As Meisner quarterbacking the play, if you will. Substad to Morfa. Whistle before the shot. And Minnesota Green will extend the possession. Whistle goes, and we'll go the other way. Fast break for Fargo Moorhead. Quick shot by Coombs. Goes by the wayside. Up the floor, Minnesota Green goes. And Substad dropped it off. Quick shot and a goal, 15-8. In favor of Minnesota Green. A quick shot saved by Walenga. And we go the other way. Fargo Moorhead with possession. McCormick goes to Maletti. Maletti gets it. Top of the arc. Whistle goes. Bodies fly. Halt to play. We will match the clock as Minnesota Green drives into their attack. Now 6 flat played by Fargo-Moorhead. As it is now 15-9 or 16-9 in favor of Minnesota Green. So a goal scored on the other end as Fargo-Moorhead controls. This goes to Maletti. Maletti, the center back, as they swap, or he swaps with Silver. Quick shot goes in, and it's now 16-10. Substat. Plays it back to Meisner. Meisner to Morfa. Morfa hacked nearly at the midline. Meisner, far wing, up over the cage. The rebound goes up high and out of play. 16-10, 20:17 to go in the second half. And a shot saved by Walenga, the backup tender in this case for Minnesota. As this one is brought across into the attack for Minnesota Green. Meisner from Morfa. As a swap occurs, Hederick on for Minnesota Green. And the extended possession holds for Substad and Minnesota Green. Morfa to Meisner. Substad, Meisner. Meisner in the center. Morfa the swap. Substad shoots. And it went up and bounced over the net. 16-10, under 20 minutes to play in the fifth place game. On the ricochet for Fargo-Moorhead, they missed the attempt, and it's still 16-10. Minnesota Green from Morfa as Meisner crosses the line. Morfa with a shot, kick save made. Here comes Fargo-Moorhead. And just like that, here they go out of their attack. Heard something just out of camera shot. And the official speaking to a Fargo-Moorhead player about something. Minnesota Green will come up into their attack. We'll match up the clocks in about 15 seconds. Whistle goes, halt play. Minnesota Green with possession. Waiting for a whistle to restart. And this issue just out of camera shot, it looked like an injured the way, from what I can piece together, it looked like a collision right below the camera shot that you were seeing here. And so I did not personally get a good look at it. as Green will resume play with possession after the brief injury timeout. Morfa crosses. Now Fargo Moorhead has it stolen from them. 16-10 still. Hedrick scores. "18 minutes remaining in the contest. Fargo Moorhead with possession as they work it up. This goes to McCormick. Whistle goes. Resumption of possession for Fargo Moorhead with McCormick. McCormick drops that near wing. And it's delivered to McCory. McCory to McCormick. Try saying that a few times. Brought back ahead by Minnesota Green. Breakout. Meisner scores. 18-10 now. $17:21 to go in the contest. Timeout called by Fargo. And we give you what to watch for coming up, as it will be West Point in the third place game. Coming up, NYAC to play in the championship game. But it will be West Point, and I do not have unfortunately, I don't have the graphic ready at this point. There we go. It will be, whoop, that is the wrong one. Of course. Would have loved to have had that ready, but NYAC will play in the championship game in a little bit, or in a little while. Third place game upcoming. As we resume play with 17 minutes left to, or 17 minutes nearly left to go in the fifth place game. This goes to McCory. McCory drops it off. And before Minnesota Green could cross over to begin their rush, they had a foul drawn upon them. Whistle goes, extended possession for Fargo Moorhead. Quick shot there by McCory, sticked aside by Walinga. And now near side, the shot for Popov goes in. So 19-10 as we get things updated. 16 minutes left to go. Pass inside, intercepted by Walinga. And now Fargo Moorhead on the ricochet as they come across for an attack. Fargo Moorhead extends their possession with the retrieval near the midcourt line. And a shot saved by Walinga. Now Minnesota Green could run and hide with a goal here. Cross court by Meisner. Morfa down low, whistle went, and we'll go the other way. 15 minutes left to play as Fargo Moorhead advances past the center line into their attack. Short side shot and a goal. 19-11. Minnesota Green crosses the center line. As this goes to Peterson. Peterson, Meisner. Meisner from Morfa. Peterson. Meisner. Down low. Meisner got it back. Peterson out of play before Morfa could get a shot away. About a 2-second difference or so, actually more like 3 or 4 second difference between the clock in the graphic and the clock in the building. As Minnesota Green on a breakaway scores. 20-11, 14 minutes left to go. As Fargo Moorhead advances into their offense. Goes from Coombs to McCory. And a shot that Wallinga could not see. 20-12, 13-40, or 38, 37, 36, and 35 left to play in the contest. Green advances. Hederick over on the far side. Meisner to Substad. Back to Meisner. Now Storch. Stefan Storch dropped it off. Got it to Substad. Substad nearly bear hugged. Meisner dropped it to Substad. He shoots. Save made. And the rebound goes to Fargo Moorhead. Up the far wing, here come the Wolves. They need a goal desperately here, 20-12 the score. So Fargo Moorhead down 8. They get the goal, 20-13. 12.5 minutes left to go as advancing this across the midcourt line is Meisner. Meisner goes to Substad. Substad to Meisner. Substad drops off. Short side, it goes to Meisner. Meisner to Substad. Substad through 2. You usually don't see one going into 2. 1 and 1 makes 2, but 1 does not go into 2, if that makes sense. Meisner drops this over. Substad. Dragged down is Peterson before the shot. Whistle goes. 11:50 left to go in the second half. Will stay on Minnesota Green's side of the floor. Substad lost it. Did he reclaim possession? Negative, Ghost Rider. Brought back ahead by Fargo Moorhead past the center line as Minnesota Green withdraws their defense. Up the far side come the Wolves, and a quick pass over to McCory. Short side shot by Silver goes by the wayside. 11 minutes and a nickel remaining to be played in the second half. Green with a 20-13 advantage as Fargo Moorhead brings this ahead across the timeline. McCory waiting for reinforcements. He got Newton. Newton goes over to Maletti. Maletti gets this back. Maletti, McCory. McCory, Maletti. Actually, we'll check that. That's Silver. And a whistle goes. Halt to play. Clock rolls. 10.5 minutes left to go in the second half. A 7-meter throw upcoming as a foul in the, or near the top of the arc. Quick shot. Goes into the net. 20-14 now in favor of Fargo Moorhead as Green looking to answer. Meisner from Substad. Meisner, Substad. Drops it to Meisner as they swap. Quick shot by Meisner goes in. 21-14. 9 3/4 minutes left to play, second half. Fargo-Moorhead advances into their offensive zone, and they get the attack going. McCormick gets it back. He got it back from McCory. Quick shot, beats Walenga, and it's 21-15. Minnesota Green advances into their attack. And it's Meisner. Cross court, back to Meisner. And up to Peterson. Peterson has it stolen from him. And here comes Fargo-Moorhead. Up the far side. And across the timeline they go, looking to slow things down. 6-goal disadvantage for Fargo-Moorhead, though, with 8:52 left to go. Bouncing ball, near side shot. Maletti just out of reach. And a stoppage with 8:43 left to go in the contest. And a timeout being the reason for it, it looks like, as both teams disappear out of shot. So if I'm Fargo-Moorhead right now, I am preaching defense, defense, defense. 6 goals down. Obviously, you need to prevent you need to make your own 2-goal swing. And a couple of those will put Fargo-Moorhead in the catbird seat, if you will, with regard to potentially getting 5th place. 8 minutes and 43 seconds left to play in the 5th place game. And if I'm Minnesota right now, I'm continuing the methodology that got them to where they are, and it's a mix between a powerful offense and just a steady defense. Morfa goes to Hederick, who gets it back to Morfa. Peterson loses possession, held ball. Goes to Green. Morfa maintains possession for Green. As a shot goes in, 22-15. Fargo-Moorhead advances across the timeline. Not what you wanted to see out of the timeout if you are the Wolves. McCory, short side, quick shot, up over the cage. Walinga without a touch, and so we play on. And a quick steal for Fargo-Moorhead leads to a goal. That'll be Moshe McCory, 22-16, and Fargo-Moorhead hanging. Green advances across the timeline. Morfa gets this and goes to Peterson. Peterson, Morfa. Morfa, horse-collared as he goes down, draws the call. 7:18 left to go in a 22-16 game. Morfa slowing the play down for Minnesota. They can afford to with a 6-goal lead. Peterson to Substad, back to Peterson. Peterson advances, and a quick shot and a goal. 23-16 now. 6:50 left to go in the second half of play as Fargo-Moorhead brings this ahead. Plenty of time for them to get back in it, although Minnesota Green looking to put the finishing touches on. McCory misses his shot short side, and Green comes sprinting up the floor as Green gallops in. Pass delivered by Peterson far side. Morfaw blocked. Leads to an extended possession for Green, and the clock rolls. Peterson drops this off. Substad blocked. Whipped into the arc, and the goal scored 24-16 with 6 minutes to play. We'll set up the offense for you, and Fargo-Moorhead cannot afford to trade goals with Minnesota Green with the way we're looking right now. McCory goes cross court with it, and Brandon McCormick looks for it. McCormick swims around one. He loses the ball, but extends the possession by drawing the contact. That ball delivered to Newton. McCory down low, McCormick. McCormick, whistle went before the shot, travel, and we go the other way. 24-16, 5 1/4 remaining in the second half. Player of the game interview post-game upcoming, and it looks like Ellis Morfaw is in the chat, so to speak, for player of the game. Quick shot wide of the mark. And as a former goaltender myself, as I'm sure those of you who have hung with us all weekend know, I will appreciate a shot going wide, much like Josh Wallinga did for Minnesota Green just a second ago. Green advances across the timeline. This goes to Substad. Substad to Peterson, who gets it to Morfaw. Substad from Peterson, they play catch. Morfaw up at the top. Morfaw shoots and scores. Ellis Morfaw, 26-16 now. Ellis Morfaw being the straw, stirring Minnesota Green. And Fargo-Moorhead can't find an answer. McCory had his pocket picked briefly, quick shot and a goal. And one goal at this stretch of the game will not necessarily help Fargo-Moorhead. They've got to get stops like this. And even though Wallinga got a body to it, the goal scored 26-18 with 3:50 left to go. Storch and company looking to advance across the timeline. And they do. Substat gets this to Peterson. 3.5 minutes left to go. Substat, short side, scores. Substat. Fargo-Moorhead brings this ahead. Far side, I don't know why Fargo-Moorhead isn't in more of a hurry. 27-18 down. They're looking for the pretty play, and they'll get burned every single time. Morfaw alone scores. 10-goal game. .250 left to go. As Fargo-Moorhead enters the attack zone with McCory. Far wing. Pass almost intercepted. Down low, that gets to McCory. McCory dishes it off, gets it to Newton, who scores. Actually, that shot went wide, though, so I waved the goal off that I just called. 2 minutes and a dime remaining in a 10-goal game. So a 7-meter, no, check that, no 7-meter throw, extended possession for Fargo-Moorhead. McCory goes cross court with it, ball stolen, whistle goes, halt to play. And we'll stay here as we are to the 1 3/4 minute mark. The Wolves advancing, and they are thwarted in their offense. Fast break from Minnesota Green. Hedrick tried to pick it up. He was unsuccessful as he is brought up by a teammate as Fargo-Moorhead sprints back. Coombs dropped that over, far wing, quick shot, short side, and it's now 28-19, but too little too late for Fargo-Moorhead, we believe. A minute and a dime left to go in the 5th place game. As Minnesota Green can afford to slow it down. Substad works this on, out of play, and it goes to Fargo-Moorhead for one of the final possessions of the contest. The Wolves looking to shoot, far side, whistle went before the shot. And Minnesota Green looks to bring it ahead. 34 seconds left to play. Body contact drawn. And a halt to play with 28.9. We'll see what happens here as the official has some options. And it looks like Peterson will take a 7-meter. Peterson gets the whistle, right-handed fake, right-handed shot, right-handed goal. 29-19 as 17 seconds remain in the contest. The result not necessarily in doubt as Fargo-Moorhead takes the final, what will be the final possession of the contest. McCory back up, quick shot, up and over, and that'll do it. Minnesota Green gets 5th place. In a 29-19 duel that went a good distance before Minnesota Green sprinted away and ended up with the 10-goal victory. So we will grab player of the game and do that with the 3rd place game upcoming. And that all comes your way after a brief timeout. Chicago Inter and West Point, a.k.a. the Weapons of Handball Destruction, upcoming. But first, we need to interview the Shaquille O'Neal of handball, Ellis Morfaw, as he puts the headset on.
Thank you so much.
Rotate the mic down. We've referred to you as the Shaquille O'Neal of handball all weekend long. And the Minnesota Green team that just played won 5th place in what was a duel for a bit longer than I suppose we would be thinking going into the game. You, though, were the straw that stirred the drink, so the offense flowed through you. Your thoughts on what you just went through?
It was actually a well-contested game. And I would say we gave it all we had. We would have loved to finish even better this time.
Okay.
But it's a team that keeps rebuilding each year because we're bringing new talent in. So I'm just happy with what we did today. It was a major win. Thumbs up to all my green counterparts. And although Shaquille O'Neal will be a big guy and I'm much smaller, I'll take that privilege for today. And I'm so happy that we got this win. And I think we'll keep working to get better and beat other teams in a better way than we did today.
And with the tournament in Chicago happening in 3 weeks and being that the Fall Classic sort of kicks off the handball season in the U.S., what can you learn from in your experience in this tournament that will launch you and the Green team closer to nationals?
Right. I think this is a first step in starting that work, and it gives us a perspective of what we have to do to be more competitive. And it's actually a boost. Hosting this, it's such a good thing. We've come together. We've just put this team together in about 6 weeks, and we were able to come up with this. We're just going to keep doing that work so that by the time we get to Chicago, we're much better than we are today. And by nationals in May, we should be more formidable and give more results for Minnesota.
Well, hey, a pleasure to talk to you. And
my pleasure.
Enjoy the third place game here that comes up featuring Chicago West Point. We know we will.
Okay.
That was Ellis Morfaw, and we get ready for the third place game that comes your way.
Thank you
next.
so much. Yes.
Thank you.
Right.
Kennedy Activity Center and the big money. Third place on the line, West Point taking on Chicago Inter with Josh Walinga, who was just kissing goalposts and crossbars in the fifth place game. Jeff Disher here as Minnesota Green wins fifth place at the Minnesota Fall Classic. But this third place game featuring West Point and Chicago Inter, two teams that are really not necessarily mere clones of themselves, but in terms of competitive equity, close enough to that standard.
Yep, this is going to be a good game. West Point's going to look to run Chicago. Chicago's going to have to get back on defense, but I think that the playmaking that Chicago has with the experienced center back and left and right back is going to play into their favor. And as long as they can stop West Point from getting those fast breaks, I think Chicago has a shot in this game.
I will say this, interviewing Ellis as the player of the game there for the fifth place game was a thrill.
Ellis is a great guy,
Good
great
dude.
person, very good mentor as well. When I started, he was there a year or two before I was. Great mentor to me as a fellow lefty.
25 minutes on the clock. It looks like Chicago Inter should get the first play of the, Chicago Inter will get the first play of the third place game. And here we go. Underway in Bloomington as Chicago Inter will handle sportsmanship before we get underway. Saad. Short side to Canosa. And with seeing these teams as much as I have over the course of the weekend, you'd think as Saad delivers the first shot, save made will hang here. I'm still having to look down, but definitely getting better. I'll admit that I was most familiar with green for obvious or quasi-obvious reasons. And West Point will drag it across the timeline into their offensive attack. Black and gold are the West Point men. Chicago Inter wearing the colorful jerseys with black shorts.
Yep, I'm one for aesthetics. I do like Chicago's kit, especially their home and away. It's really nice, really cool.
This goes to Miller. Miller back to Sheffield. Sheffield, Miller. Miller around one, but he has to drop it off behind the back. Back to the top, and Gray. Short side, the shot, and West Point goes up 1-0. That fifth place game and the one goal difference, the closest game of the tournament to this point.
I don't know if you could hear us. We were screaming our heads off towards that last 30 seconds to minute in that game. Super proud of them. They played well, and they stuck it to the end.
Quick shot and a nice kick save.
Nice.
And a nifty fist from Chicago Inter goaltender Patrick Jalabert. He is under consideration for the Joey Williams Right Foot Award.
Yep, Patrick's good. I think that probably should have been his ball after the first shot.
Yeah.
But, it happens.
You don't want to parry that first shot because you'd get burned on the rebound 9 times out of 10.
Yep, and I thought the Army guy touched it when he was in the crease. He might have still been in the air, which if you're still in the air, then, that's probably what the ref saw.
And the restricted area does not extend height-wise.
Correct, yes. If you could jump from one corner to the other, first of all, good on you. That's awesome. And second of all, you can do that as long as you don't touch the ground.
Okay. Controlled by Canosa. Canosa drops this off to Saad with a little help from a teammate. Saad got the shot away, or did he? I believe that whistle was bang bang. with the shot going off. It is an extended possession for Chicago Inter. And Saad will control this near side. Feels good to move around again after 2.5 halves without having to move or without needing to move much. Ebert has to surrender possession as West Point will come up the floor. Brought ahead 2-0 off the outside of the post, and Jalabert doesn't need to tap the post as it was off the outside of the goalpost.
I think that actually hit off of his foot as well. So hit the foot, hit the post, goalie's best friend, 100%.
No argument. Saad works this on, and Canosa, the center back, driven to Ebert. Ebert's shot goes wide. I believe he was dragged down in the process of taking that shot, which affected the trajectory. So Chicago will extend the possession. 20.5 minutes left to go in the first half of play. Jeff Disher, Joshua Lingo with you. I've heard that Joey Williams wants to link up for the title game coming up.
Absolutely. Good to have him talk. Nice.
Great shot and a great goal. Chicago Inter ties the game at 1.
Good separation there, quick passes. That's what Chicago needs to keep doing. You can't run West Point down, but you can win technically, or with technicality.
Quick shot there. Sam Proctor with the goal, 2-1. Under 20 minutes left to go in the first half. Brought ahead by Chicago Inter and Canosa. Center backing. Canosa lost the ball, but he regains with a little help from Saad. Far wing.
Oh, yep, that's a 7.
Unable to get the shot off was Shandar. So a 7-meter throw up coming.
Yep. Those of you joining in, if you don't know much about handball, when the player is in the air who's taking a shot, you just have to let him go. If you grab his hand, stop the shot, it's a 2-minute, possibly even a red card, depending on how flagrant it is.
And that's any body part instead of a hand as well?
Yep, exactly.
Okay.
Once they're past you, you just got to let them go.
Just like if they're on the ground.
Yep, exactly.
2-2 our score, 18:53 to go in the first half of the third place game. As this comes the way of Colin Gray. Gray goes cross court with it, and Sheffield. Sheffield gets this to Miller. Miller to Gray. Gray swaps, and this goes to Miller. Gray, cross court. Sheffield, Miller. Miller draws the foul, and an extended possession here for West Point. As Miller handles from Gray. Gray gets it back. Gray around 1, but he dropped it off to Miller. Miller bear hugged. And the Inter defender trying to say, I didn't do it. Wasn't me.
Yep, I think yellow card, that's good. I like seeing yellow cards before they throw out 2 minutes. I've said that earlier, but it's good to see. Also, nice job on these refs. They're doing very good. They've been very, very good the past couple games.
Very consistent all weekend.
Yep, very nice to see. So,
Sheffield.
Yep. So
Travel.
Yep. The reason why that was a travel is because when you pump with your hand, that counts as a step. Seems like we have some people that kind of know what they're talking about. A Chicago Inter fan in the chat. Arena, good to see you. Dan, I would agree. Definitely contrasting styles here.
Yes.
Good point. Dale seemed really excited. I'm just catching up on the chat right now.
And I goofed on Dale's number earlier in the day, so I wrote that in the second half and got from point A to point B with a little help from my friends in the chat.
Yep, we always appreciate everybody who's chatting. Let us know where you're watching from, who you're rooting for. Heck, even game predictions. We'll take score predictions. We'll take place predictions. anything we can get will help you out and provide some good content for you.
Gray works as the center back. Quick shot, swim move, and the goal scored by Proctor.
Yep, that one, textbook pivot play, diving into the circle, trying to get around Patrick. Patrick, you just got to get big and try to get your hand where you think the ball is going to be.
And don't guess wrong, otherwise you'll get burned.
Yep, 90% of the time you're going to be wrong.
Saad, near side, gets it back and goes to Canosa. Canosa to Saad. Swap, Saad. Center backs, Saad dragged down, but foul before the shot, so no goal.
One thing I will say is the refs are a little, one second. I think the refs are a little quick on the shot whistles there. Maybe they think, oh, it's going to stop. I mean, I guess they've been consistent, so I can't complain. I do think that they're just maybe a tad early, but you know what? It's been consistent the whole tournament, so I guess I can't complain.
I've got a valid comparison next stoppage as Acock scores the goal. I'd like to think of this like an NFL preseason game where you call everything and then you taper things back as you get into the first couple weeks of the regular season per se.
Yep. And I think the refs that are out here now, I know we're kind of deviating from the game a little bit, but reffing is really important, especially if you're growing a sport.
Exactly.
I think these refs are newer. I mean, I saw them last year a couple times. They were at Nationals. So the fact that they're still here, good shot.
Great
Beautiful shot.
Short side.
The fact that they're still out there and they're learning, that's very important.
That's yeah. And officiating will grow the game just as much as if you're on the playing side of it.
Exactly. And so let's see what West Point can do here.
Sheffield drops this off, gets it back. He played catch with Miller. Quick shot and a quick goal. 5-3 now to West Point. Now when the ball bounces across the center line like it did there unaided, they've got to come back and cross the line themselves.
Yep. They've been allowed to play a lot more. They changed the rule where you have to be at the center. You can't be outside of center. So sometimes teams will sneak ahead, which it's very common to do.
Saad, or actually check that. I don't have a 38 on the roster I took down. However, Chicago Inter with possession.
Kevin Johnson from New York shouting out West Point, says go West Point.
Quick shot there by Inter and the save made. I'm really looking forward to see New York Athletic Club play for all the cookies.
Yep, that's going to be a really good game too. CalHeat and NYAC are definitely on the same level. These two are on the same level. Actually, the placement games I've been very impressed with. It's been level. It's been tough fought. I mean, we're almost halfway through, and it's 5-3 right now. Very defensive game.
And the equity from pool play in terms of how the placement games shook out, I would say very appropriately.
Absolutely, yeah.
2-0 breakout for West Point. Miller scores.
Nice. That's good. West Point keeps doing that. They're going to wear Chicago down, and that's how West Point's going to win.
How does Chicago Inter answer that?
What they're doing now, they're setting up, they're passing, they're trying to get West Point to move because West Point's always on the balls of their feet, trying to move. They have good defense. If Chicago keeps moving the ball how they have it and setting up these plays and getting it to shift, I think they're going to be able to find a close enough gap or a big enough gap to get the ball through.
West Point playing a 6 flat as Saad dances in. His shot goes in. Or actually, that was Ebert for Inter scoring the goal. 6-4, 12 minutes left to play, first half. Ball out of play. It'll go to Chicago Inter. Up court they go. This is Canosa. Canosa drops it off. Canosa got it to Saad near wing. Saad drops this off. Body contact. Forces a shot from the wing that goes wide. And I was mentioning pace of play in terms of how we've called the games this weekend. Ellis made mention to me that he appreciates our cadence and my cadence on this side and the color that you, Josh Hedrick, and others have provided. And I mean, I had told him about my hockey experience, and that is very comparable. Great kick save made by Jalabert.
Good save.
Very comparable between hockey and basketball as far as experiencing this, and a great shot by Miller sticked away.
Yep. If West Point keeps shooting, they'll get them in. I mean, Patrick's a great goalie. You just gotta kind of figure out where Patrick's off today. Every day goalie has off spots. So keep shooting. They'll get it.
10:35 left to go in the first half. 6-4 our score. Halt to play. Clock rolls with 10.5. And Chicago Inter resumes. Bear hug, quick shot, quick goal. 6-5. West Point looking to answer. Gray gets it back from Miller. Miller to Gray, cross court. Miller jumps, drops. Drop to Middlebrooks, up high. And out of play. 9:55 to go first half of the third place game. CalHeat and NYAC coming up for all the cookies as we have indicated. And Chicago Inter slowing things down in favor of a slow game, one goal in it. As a bounce pass blocked, but Canosa retrieves. Canosa blocked by two. His shot off the iron. The rebound goes in. Tie game at 6.
Yep, that's good on the wing to stay there, pick up the ball, and put it in the back of the net.
Miller on the ricochet. He draws the foul.
Yep, good foul. There's good fouls, bad fouls. Bad fouls, you get a yellow card, red card, blue card, whatever, or 2 minutes.
Or concussed.
Yeah, sometimes. And then good fouls are ones where it's a 9-meter.
West Point with possession. Quick shot. In the net it goes. 7-6 West Point.
Needed one more post for a triple dinger there.
Yeah. Quick shot, short side. And it goes in. Each of these teams trading goals. 8.5 minutes to go in the first half. A lot of flow in it as Gray and Miller play catch near side.
Yep. It's been a very fast game. It's also been very, very technical, very physical. Both teams very physical. And you can see the technicality of Chicago and obviously the ferocity of West Point.
Canosa. Short side, kept in, center court, kept in. Ebert. Canosa. And finally, after 3 games, you start to know tendencies of these players. Ebert scores. That's a right-handed rocket for you.
Yep. Good movement and going over the top there.
Timeout. West Point.
And yeah, Chicago keep doing that. They'll keep staying ahead.
So 8-7 our score. Another very close game like the 5th place game just was. And we got here with Chicago and West Point trading goals in the first part of the match, now about 23 minutes, 25 seconds old. Or, 28 minutes, 25 seconds old.
18 minutes.
18. I'm all
I
right.
got you. You're fine. Long day.
Long day, long weekend.
Long weekend. Yep. More than halfway done. About 3/4 of the way done. Both teams are playing good. I think West Point. I think West Point.
We're even.
West Point needs to play a little more aggressive. They're starting to play more aggressive on defense, causing turnovers for Chicago. But they need to push more. I think Chicago needs to keep doing what they're doing, and they need to get back on defense a little quicker, because I think West Point's been close to getting some fast breaks, and that's because Chicago's a little slow to get back on defense.
7.5 minutes to go in the first half of play. Jeff Disher, Josh Walingo with you. I have heard that Josh Hedrick is still around here somewhere.
Yep. He'll probably be here till midnight. Just kidding. But he'll probably be the last one to leave. He's our president, kind of organize the whole thing,
Yeah.
oversee everything. So we'll see him soon, hopefully.
Killebrew, a player of the game yesterday for West Point in one of their matches. The local connection to Harmon Killebrew of the Minnesota Twins. Middlebrooks drops this over to Miller. Miller could not get the shot away, and frustrated was Middlebrooks with not being able to get that shot away. Pleading his case to the official. Usually you're not going to win that.
Nah, sometimes you will. Not this time, though.
No. Middlebrooks. Far wing, Miller. Miller gets around one, drops it off. Quick shot and a nice save made by Chicago Inter's goalkeeper. 6:50 left to go in the first half of play.
Nice, good
Quick
pass.
shot and a great goal.
Yep.
Set up by that pass. 9-7 our score. Miller with possession and Killebrew with him. Miller, Killebrew. Miller looking over his options. Swap of position leads to a turnover for West Point. As this goes to Shandar for the goal. 10-7.
Yep, that's how Chicago's playing West Point handball there, getting back on the fast break. Sometimes it works, and West Point, they're machines. They are mighty fighting military machines, but even they get tired sometimes. And I think they're a little tired after having a game earlier, especially.
And yet, Chicago Inter played earlier, and they seem the more spry of the two teams, to your point.
Yep. Yeah, Chicago wants it more right now.
Quick shot, short side, goes in. Chicago Inter up 11-7.
Yep, if Chicago keeps this up and stays ahead like this, they're going to run away with it.
Boat race,
Yep, boat race.
Miller. And I believe that's a Michael King term from last season, or last year. Timeout with check that. 7-meter throw coming for West Point. Sheffield to take it. Off the iron, he gets his own rebound, scores.
Yep, you don't want to, as good on Chicago, they're like, you know what, Patrick, you're on your own. We're not going to give another 7-meter to him. And that's fine. You'll take the post. Counts as a save.
Yep, and even with that counting as a save, our idea of letting the ball out in front of you on the rebound shot like that, burning you every time, was evidenced there. As the goal scored by Inter to go up 12-8. 4 1/4 remaining in the first half as West Point lob score.
Yep.
Sheffield, I believe. Yes.
Yep. West Point was playing good passing, good team handball earlier. I think they've kind of reverted back to a one-on-one, which can work. It's not good against Chicago.
Do you think Chicago would have studied that on tape?
I think they're just generally a good one-on-one team. They're very their defense is good, and that's because they got good positioning. They know when to help each other.
Canosa with the goal there.
Unlucky for the keeper. Chicago just knows where to go, when to help, and that's why their one-on-one defense is really good. Not to say that other parts aren't good, but Chicago is going to have that advantage over West Point because West Point does like going one-on-one a lot.
Killebrew dropped that off to Miller, who drops it back to Killebrew. Cross court to Sheffield. Miller jumps off the post. 3 minutes to go in the first half of the third place game. Whistle goes. Halt to play with 2:59. And Chicago Inter will get things back underway with Florin. Canosa gets it back near wing. Chicago slowing things down now, and I don't know that that West Point is expecting that.
Oh, it's out. It's going to be West Point ball.
Turnover, and West Point will go the other way. They cross over into their attack, and Sheffield leads that. Shot wide. Can't have that if you're down 13-10 latter stages of the half.
Yep, they gotta slow it.
And a quick shot there. West Point getting lucky with the defense as the ball comes back into play.
Yep, the keeper learned from that one to hold the post until the last second, and then force the right-hander to go further than he normally has, because the West Point keeper has been playing the post a bit more. So he took one, probably a good 6 inches further out, and that caused the wing to miss.
7-meter shot, score, Sheffield. 13-11 our score, and we're setting up for another close game here as we get towards halftime.
I would love to see this go into overtime.
First time we've used that word all weekend.
Yeah, last game, or Black in Milwaukee earlier.
Yeah.
That one I wanted to go into overtime as well. Not just part of it was because, Minnesota, but the other part was I wanted to see more play. More of that game. Like, those two teams were equal. It was great.
Canosa dropped that off out of play, or easy for me to say. Out of play it goes. And Canosa will handle this at the center back position for Chicago Inter. Canosa dropped it off to his wing. Ball played in the corner. Florin goes cross court. Ebert scores. 30 seconds left to go in the half.
Just bowling through.
West Point takes a shot. That was Sheffield who threw it off the post. 20 seconds to go in the first half. Crossing the timeline are Chicago Inter. Final shot to be taken by them, so their pace of play looks. 3 seconds, and the buzzer will sound, so that'll be the end of the first half with the score Chicago Inter 14 and West Point 11. Final thoughts on the first half?
Very nice by Chicago, stopping the fast breaks on West Point, setting up what they need to do, slow the ball down, pass it around more, not go one-on-one as much. So good job on Chicago. West Point, they were doing really good at the beginning, keeping up with Chicago on defense and passing the ball around, trying to set up plays, and it kind of devolved into we need to score goals, I think. So this will be a good way to stop Chicago's momentum. And I believe West Point starts with the ball at the half, which can be a big deal as well, because if they can knock off a couple, like 3 or 4 goals and like 1 or 2 stops on Chicago, this game turns around in a heartbeat.
Exactly. We will pause and have the second half for you coming up. back at the Kennedy Activity Center for the second half of the West Point CalHeat. They're playing in the title game. Chicago Inter, third place game. As off to our left, kids are playing football with a handball.
Yep, got to start them young. I mean, good goalie work. Out is actually playing a little soccer. Get the footwork going.
Yeah. Got to get the quick feet. Jeff Disher, Josh Willinga, excuse me. And I don't know where I was headed, but anyway, I got to point B. Anyhow, Chicago Inter with a 3-goal lead, that much we know, at the end of 25 minutes. And how does West Point answer what at times was a quick strike offense from Chicago Inter?
Honestly, they need to score on their first 3 possessions. I think even if Chicago comes back and scores, they just got to get back in the flow of getting shots properly on the goal in the back of the net. Maybe look for a fast break. Do a fast second wave, as we call it. So look for the wings, look for the pivot. If that's not there, go fast, but pass it around once or twice before going in and shoot instead of trying to just bully your way through. Because Chicago's not going to let you do that. You know, Milwaukee, Fargo, if they would have played Minnesota, probably could have done that. CalHeat, they kind of did a little bit too. But Chicago's not going to let that fly.
And I don't think Minnesota Green would have let that fly earlier.
No, I don't think so. At least not today. Yesterday, possibly. If we would have played them yesterday, probably.
Okay.
It would have been not the best. But, you learn. You watch and you learn. So I think also calming Chicago down for after like a 10-minute break, a 10-minute halftime.
Yeah.
That's going to help them a lot as well.
25 on the clock as we get ready for the second half. Both teams now back on court.
Yep, and I believe West Point has the ball.
I believe you're correct, just based on the body language.
Yep. So yeah, West Point get the ball in the back of the net. I think if Chicago stops the first couple drives, Chicago can keep their momentum from the first half.
And West Point's confidence will
Go
nosedive.
down. Yep, exactly.
It's kind of one of those conclusions that you get after watching 14 and a half games of handball over the course of 3 days.
Yep, exactly. And also, too, I think a lot of teams are scouting each other, especially in the elite division. I know Army will watch game tape. I think Chicago, they know how everybody plays. NYAC, they just do their thing. You heard Omar talking earlier about kind of looking at CalHeat and knowing them. So
Yeah, and this is the first tournament in the regular season for U.S. handball as that shot goes in.
yeah,
So you can only get better from here with some teams like Fargo, Milwaukee, Black definitely as that ball stolen by West Point. However, before the fast break could complete itself, there was action behind the play.
I believe what happened is it's called a carry. So in basketball, you can kind of lift the ball up and then dribble it. In handball, it has to be a straight motion. You can't lift it up.
And it's a slap dribble, not like a basketball-style dribble.
Exactly, yeah. So a lot of times you'll see a straight hand with like quick wrist flicks. That's usually what you want to be doing. But come from basketball, it happens.
Short side, Chicago with the ball, far wing, and it gets back to Canosa. Far side, Canosa shoots, kick save made, rebound.
Yep.
To our West Point will get the ball.
Yep. So if the ball is on the ground, you cannot pick it up from inside. It has to bounce out.
And a shot by Sheffield into the net, 14-13. And this is the start to the half that we talked about with West Point scoring the first 2 goals of the half.
Yep. Quick side from chat. We got 2 Chicago fans, one watching from Germany. Hello.
Hi.
Good to have you tuning in, supporting some Minnesota handball. We got Let's Go Inter, and so yeah, two on the
2
board.
Chicago.
Yep, and we have one from West Point, I believe.
Okay.
Good save.
Great save made on the shot that came with purpose.
Yep.
Aycock scores. So it is 3-0 in the second half. Tie score overall, 14-14.
This is I think this is what West Point needed, and this is where the game's going to start turning around. Unless Chicago just comes out and starts slowing down again, West Point's going to run away with it if they keep doing this.
Bear hug, halt, play, clock rolls, 22-25 left to go in the second half. Chicago maintains possession. Over by Welgus, and it gets to or near Canosa, but the steal for West Point. 2-on-0 breakout. The angle not there for West Point, so Chicago Inter avoids a bit of a mistake. Canosa, far wing. Canosa gets it back at the top of the attack. Ebert. Swap. Ebert now top of the attack. Spins in, does Welgus, and the save made by West Point's goalkeeper.
Yep.
21 minutes to play as West Point now takes a 4-0 lead in the second half.
Yep. Hello, Christian from Holland. Says, let's go Ortega. Shout out to them.
Late at night over in Europe.
Yep.
Or later in the day over in Europe, I should say.
Yep, we appreciate it. Appreciate the support. I know the players love it too. But yeah, West Point on a 5-0 run here. 4-0 run.
Kick save made by West Point's keeper.
I don't know what words. Oh.
Rutrow.
Yep.
There goes the scoreless run. 16-15, Chicago Inter.
Yep, I was going to say something, and I cursed it before I could even finish my statement.
Another kick save made,
yep.
But that goes for naught as a foul called.
Yep. I don't think – no, that's not a 2-minute. No, that is.
It's a 7-meter throw, too, so a double whammy for Chicago Inter.
No one's coming in. Nope, yep, that's a 7, all right.
Sheffield scores.
Yep.
16-15 now. As the goal disallowed at the other end, but West Point takes the 16-15 lead. So technically they didn't lose the lead.
Nope, they have not. And that's even with West Point fumbling twice. So it'd be an even bigger spread if they would have held on to it. But, yep, it happens.
Chicago Inter with possession. Bear hug, halt play, 19:55 to go in the second half of play as the clock rolls. Chicago Inter with an extended possession, faked the shot, but the foul drawn.
If Chicago keeps playing one-on-ones like that, West Point's going to win that as well.
And it looks like West Point has drifted into a 5-1 instead of a 6 flat. Just based on how this possession had started for Chicago Inter.
Yep, they want to try to take out number 50, and they want to try to take out number 38. Those are their Chicago's 2 key players.
Canosa being one. 19 and a quarter remaining in the game as this one is brought ahead by Sheffield. Sheffield short side up over 2. And the save made by Jalabert.
Yep. That one I thought for sure they were going to have.
Ebert misses that shot as the save was made.
Yeah, I don't know what they were telling their goalies at halftime, but Patrick was having a stellar game to begin with. Continues with that, and West Point's like, hey, we need you here, and that's going to get them cooking for sure.
Gray up at center back. Miller dropped to no West Point player in particular, but a foul drawn.
Yep.
2-minute foul.
I think that one he grabbed him from behind.
Rutrow.
Yeah, maybe it might have been on the pivot. I was watching the ball. I wasn't really paying attention to what was going on the line. But my guess is it was him in the pivot. we're going back and forth.
And West Point on a score-at-will power play, if you will. And they start it with patience. Gray center backing. This goes to Sheffield. Sheffield shoots, save is made.
Yep, they don't.
Rebound comes to Chicago Inter. Shandar, short-handed marker. 16 all.
Yep. West Point can't be shooting from 9.
They've got to shoot closer in.
Yep, and they gotta get Chicago to move. That's how they're gonna get those openings on the line, on the 6-meter line.
Sheffield drops this off, and he got it to Gray. Gray over cross court. Gray, pass intercepted. Here comes Chicago Inter, shorthanded again. Shandar, 2 for 2 in this man-down situation.
That one, I would agree with West Point. That looked like it should have been a violation of whatever. I'm going to call it the crease. I played lacrosse. It's the crease for me.
Restricted area, restricted area, and I'm with you too. I'm a hockey goaltender.
Yep.
So I'm with you, but I use both terms interchangeably.
Yep, it definitely, that should have been in the crease, but I'm not reffing, so I have a bird's eye view, so the
Would you?
lines, I would ref if I could. I'd probably do it for a little bit just so I can learn the rules more, but yeah, I enjoy being a player more than being a ref.
Ebert. Drop that over, far side, quick shot, kick save made,
Ooh.
and a whistle goes. Halting play, clock rolls, 16:50 to go in the second half.
Yep, that one, yeah, he was kind of falling, and I think it was from the defense, so.
7-meter throw up coming for Chicago. And Ebert has it kicked out.
Yep, great save.
Somewhere in this building, Joey Williams is smiling.
Yep, we're gonna get a bronze cast of his leg, and it's gonna be the Joey Williams Save of the Game or Save of the Tournament award. Josh is on board. If he's on board, I'm all for it.
I'm down with that.
Yep.
Sheffield goes over to Mitchell. Mitchell scores. 17 all, 16 minutes to play. And that ball thrown out of play, so it'll go to West Point. Brought ahead and across the timeline by Gray. Gray goes down low to Sheffield. Short side, the shot would not go for West Point, and they will have to regroup defensively.
Yep, that one you want to fake high and then try to shoot towards the keeper's hip. Although you can do a hip pop, you know, the pop moves back in the early 2000s to save it. But, you know, if you're expecting it to be high like that and you're there, it...
Bear hug before Florin could get the shot away.
I'm losing my train of thought. Sorry, folks. Long day, long weekend, but, you know, doing our best. Jeff here, stellar, absolutely wonderful.
Appreciate you. And we appreciate all of you tuning in. And for those of you who have tuned in all 3 days, let me ask the chat. For those new to handball over the course of the last 3 days, what have you learned?
Yep. Any nice things you've learned?
There's a goal scored there by Chicago Inter to go up 18-17.
Learned, or maybe you saw some good performances by friends?
I know of one off the top of the bar. That shot will be disallowed. I know of one Bloomington resident who tuned in earlier this weekend, messaged her this morning telling her that I had first called handball last fall, and she is a new fan.
Awesome.
7-meter throw for West Point. Sheffield scores. 18-18, 14 minutes to go.
Yep, I invite everybody I can to these to help grow the sport. I mean, we've been consistently at 30 to 35 viewers this entire weekend, except maybe the 7:30 game, but don't blame you. That's early.
Not.
So great to see. I know I had some personal friends come out for the first time. They loved it.
Awesome. Great shot from about 8 meters out for
Yep.
Chicago Inter to go up 19-18.
Yep. Christian from Holland says American handball is getting better bit by bit, and I would wholeheartedly agree with that.
Agreed.
I mean, I've been playing, it'll be 7 years this year, which is paled in comparison to some people, and it's been growing and growing, which is great.
Quick shot. Fisted away by Jalabert, showing his skill. As Chicago Inter will sprint out with this. Ebert. As a player goes rolling off the floor from body contact. Short-handed situation for West Point, to take advantage of. Loose ball, they can't take advantage.
Yep. So the reason why they didn't stop play there, the player was out of the play, and West Point had an advantage, which means that you can keep playing off of that. I think if the player was in the middle of everything, they would stop just for safety.
So with him being not being involved in the play, that is what made the difference. Great goal.
Yep, exactly. Okay. That's Chicago pulling a West Point there off the fast break.
20-18, Chicago Inter. Gray, and a timeout, I believe, called by West Point.
Yeah.
And now you get to a point where you're glad you've saved your timeouts. I don't recall one being called in the first half.
I think West Point took one.
Okay. So this is West
briefly.
Point's second one.
Yep, and I mean you got 12 minutes. You got to slow Chicago down, especially if you're getting after those two fast breaks.
Mm-hmm.
So you just get them to slow down, and then you just kind of figure out, okay, what are we doing good, what are we doing bad? I mean, that's what all timeouts are. But stopping Chicago's momentum is big. Like that's once they get going, they get going.
And once a Chicago Inter party gets going, it's hard to stop a Chicago Inter party, if you get the phrase that I'm going after.
I do not. I am still too young for some of these references. Yep, so...
Ain't no party like a Chicago Inter party, because a Chicago Inter party don't stop.
Yep, I get that one.
That's where I'm headed.
Yep, I see. So, so West Point stopping for a timeout is good. Chicago, I think... They just got to keep warm, keep going, keep that defense, and then get those fast breaks. And I think they'll close game still. Very close game.
12 minutes to go. Plenty of time for it to turn on its head.
Yep. And if this West Point, you could be 2 to 4 goals up on West Point, and it won't deter them at all, because they know they can get that back in a heartbeat.
Mm-hmm. And they've shown that in this tournament.
Exactly. Even now, like down 3-4 goals, they come back and get 6 after half.
Handling is Sheffield. He gets this to Gray. Gray to Sheffield. Sheffield around one. His pass to the wing leads to a shot and a goal. Johnson, I believe.
Yeah, so Chicago.
Yes.
Oh, Chicago, I think, was running it looked like a 3-2-1 defense. Yep, that's going to be it too. I don't know if they were running like a 4-2 defense. It looked like a 3-2-1, and you just have the wings going up and trying to take out the wings, and then just cut out their middle back.
And the 3-2-1, similar to a soccer formation.
Yeah, kind of.
With 3 back?
Yep, exactly.
Okay.
3 people on the line controlling the pivots and wing, or pivot and wing. Well, yeah, you don't want to be doing that.
Nope. Ball stolen by Inter. Kick save made.
Yep. Lucky the guy didn't shoot high. His hands were down. But, I mean, regardless, a save is a save. Doesn't matter how it looks.
I mean, they all count them the same.
Exactly.
Chicago Inter with possession. This is Ebert. Ebert goes cross court with it to Canosa. Canosa swaps and gets this to Ebert. Ebert goes cross court with a little help from a teammate. Another swap. Canosa at the center back. Out of play. No, it was kept in by West Point. Brought back on by Gray, but the block made by Jalabert.
As Georgiana in the chat says, let's go Inter.
That's another one for Chicago.
Yep, they got a whole fan base here.
They travel well, apparently.
Yep, and I mean, it is Midwest Central time zones, so you're going to get a lot of people tuning in there. We had someone from California earlier.
Ooh.
Yep.
And Colin Gray knew it.
Yep, exactly. That was definitely an accident. I think both players knew it. I think the Chicago bench thought it was on purpose, and he's just like, "Hey, sorry," and great sportsmanship on both sides there.
Yep, and Gray was immediate to respond.
Yep. And this one just looks like a hand to the face. Again, one thing I will say about West Point is if a penalty is called on them and they know it's them, they're good about saying yeah.
Yep.
Most players are, not everybody.
Nope.
You get the red herring every so often, but
Ebert delivered that to Canosa. Canosa draws contact. 9:50 left to go, second half of play. Canosa drops this off to Ebert. Ebert dropped it to his wing. Quick shot, save made.
Yep. West Point needed that one. Now it's going to be tough. Tough down 2 players. But, I mean, I guess 1, because they're going to pull the goalie.
And they do.
Or I guess they're just switching the goalie. Never mind. I think the only 2 teams that will pull the goalie is CalHeat.
Yep.
Actually, no, I think Army did it too, briefly. So I guess Army and CalHeat are really the only 2. It's very normal in professional handball.
Killebrew center backing, and they lose possession right as I mentioned the local connection.
Yep.
Florin scores 21-19 now to Chicago Inter.
Yep.
8:50 left to play.
Yep, this is about where I thought the game was going to be. Either way, West Point could easily be on top, and Chicago could easily be down.
Body contact loosens the ball up there, far wing or near wing, shot and a goal, short side.
Yep.
West Point hanging tough.
Yep. They should be coming off of the penalty here in the next 30 to 45 seconds. So then they'll be down 1. And honestly,
Shot and a goal, 22-20.
Yep. I've been very impressed with West Point's defense on that. You got to let the wing shoot there. Wing shots. Wing scoring is going to be easier no matter what, just because of how far you are.
Player on for West Point, so they're a man short.
Yeah, it looks like we're even. I guess the penalty did happen pretty shortly after. So can't be throwing the ball away, though.
Nope. Especially down 2 as we tick down towards the 7.5-minute mark.
Yep, full strength on both sides. Still down, or West Point down by 2, but I think once it gets to 5-6, maybe that's when they kind of throw in the towel. Maybe not in a game like this, but 2 to 3 down is nothing for them.
No. Ebert throws that back to the center back, gets it back here near side. Canosa, Ebert shoots, scores. 23-20.
That's a good shot. Good movement.
A screen didn't help the goalkeeper any for West Point.
Yep.
Miller drops this over to Killebrew. Killebrew blocked. Fast break time for Chicago Inter. And a kick save made up over the bar it goes.
Yep. That's
As
good.
the keeper can influence that like he did with his toe on the line.
Yep, that was a very good save, very important. I mean, at this point, any save you get is important.
No save's a bad save.
No save's a bad save.
Sheffield shoots this up over the cage.
That's a good look and a good shot. maybe should move the ball a little bit more, but
Ebert picks up his own pass after Canosa couldn't handle it. Canosa handles that one as we tick down towards the 6-minute mark. 23-20 our score. Ebert with possession here for Chicago Winter. Canosa drops that off to his wing. Chicago Winter now trying to draw contact. They do. And we will hang on this side. Chicago Winter with possession. Canosa scores.
Yep, unlucky for the keeper there. Was at where they needed to be, but the deflection sent it in the other direction.
West Point with possession near wing. Dropped off by Sheffield. Sheffield gets this to Gray. Gray gets it back from his far wing, Miller. Miller to Gray. Bounce pass, far wing, quick shot off the iron, rebound. Whistle went before the shot, and I believe a 6 meter is up, or a 7 meter upcoming.
Yep, that was an early whistle again, but it's been consistent. I'm just gonna point it out because I've been noticing it. So I don't know why Chicago's complaining. You have a second chance. That was gonna be a goal. So
Certainly.
I don't know if he's trying to.
Sheffield missed it.
There you go. See, goalie bailed you out there. Sometimes you just are like, hey, I believe. I don't know if that was a 2-minute or not. We'll see.
Doesn't look like it.
1, 2, 3,
6.
4. Yep. Okay. So I don't know what Chicago was complaining about. Patrick stopped it. So sometimes you just got to be like, okay. Unless he was asking a question to clarify, but I don't know.
And Chicago swallows or pukes with that offensive attack, and they get one back thanks to Jalabert.
He is definitely in consideration for me.
I agree with that.
Yep, that and I'd say number 29 is, or it's either the right or the left wing. 29 or, I think it's 29.
Shandar.
Yep, I'd say either of them. Shandar has been very consistent, hitting all of his shots. So cross court, and that ball bounces in. It's now 25-20 Chicago Inter. Yep, Chicago's starting to run away with this.
I know what would help that, and that would be a West Point goal.
Yep.
But not on a pass like that.
Nope.
Yikes. 2-on-2 with a trailer coming for Chicago Inter. That shot goes begging.
That's a tip. Yep, so
corner throw.
Yep. Dan says what he was expecting early season for both squads.
Yep.
Makes sense.
We've touched on that.
Yep. West Point, I know some new players. I think there's a couple I recognize. Otherwise, there's a couple new ones. So I think they're just trying to mesh together. School year started maybe a month ago. I'm not sure. I know it started a month ago here in Minnesota. I don't know if it did out in Virginia. Wait, no, New York. They're in New York. Yeah,
West Point, New York.
Yeah, West Point, New York. Yep, okay. My apologies. My East Coast geography is not as good as my Midwest geography.
Gotta start the clock on screen.
Oh, yeah, that's my fault. I am talking away. I will get that reset for
All
us.
good.
We'll just go like that.
And luckily, Patrick Jalabert made one, and he couldn't make the second one, although the goal stands 25-21. Halt to play, timeout called. I wonder if this is an official's timeout.
I think Chicago is yelling at the ref, saying something was up. Oh, it was probably a face shot, I think. But the thing, I don't know. So new rule this year. If someone shoots unabated at the goalie's face, it's an automatic 2-minute penalty. For a 7-meter throw, it's a red card.
Shot, kick, save. Man down for Chicago Inter behind the play. West Point with the ball. Delivered by Gray, near side, gets it back. Miller thought about faking to his wing. Short side now. Miller dropped down low, got the separation, score.
Yep, that's good. That's some good play there.
Chicago wanted a penalty, not going to find one.
Nope, they flopped. He flopped. Give that man an Oscar.
1:59 left to go, second half. And a timeout called. 25-22, Chicago Inter.
So I am not a fan of theatrics in sports. You just go, you play. I know people are like, you need to draw a penalty.
You don't.
No, you don't. I know.
No, you don't.
As long if it's physical, you don't need any theatrics. Okay, just chill out. You're not going to get that much of an advantage. Maybe 1 or 2 percentage points, and that's tiny. All right. Maybe the only time is if you're going for a 7. But with that being said, just play the darn game. Stop trying to get calls that you don't need. Everybody does it. All teams have done it.
Legitimately take a foul instead of flopping and costing yourself an opportunity that way.
Yep. I will get off of my soapbox ever since I've started playing any contact sport games.
Yep.
That's my thought. So
yep.
I'm done with that. You've heard my rant for the day. That was Josh's rant corner. Chicago ball as we start again.
Chicago ball. As they advance across the timeline. Ebert has the ball stolen from him.
Yep.
Right there. That is legit.
Yep, that's going to be a legit.
He gets up, so no damage in the produce section of the store, so to speak.
Nope. I think West Point was a little mad because he rolled over the ball. I
can see it.
Yeah, so I get it. He's down, though. That's something you just got to let go. It's going to happen.
Gray, Miller. Miller dropped it to Sheffield. Sheffield, shot.
Outside.
Outside of the net. Hold on. Not so fast.
No goal. Stepped in.
Okay. 25-22. Take it off the board. Jalabert sends this ahead for Chicago Inter. Pass stolen by West Point. And they're unable to get any attack going. Quick
Good
shot,
save.
quick, and a great save made as advancing is Gray. Shot from Proctor, deflected up high.
This is where West Point thrives. They needed a goal there.
Desperately.
Yeah. If they score that, I think they get it.
43 seconds left to go. 3-goal game.
Yep.
Now you've got to be careful with the ball.
Yep.
Got to hurry, but you've got to be careful with the ball. Miller eventually gets this to Sheffield. Far wing, quick shot and a goal.
Yep. Press up defense. Chicago is going to take their time. Is another thing I don't like teams doing. Play with some sense of urgency.
20 seconds to go in the game. And I thought Canosa went in, was the aggressor in that exchange on the offense for Chicago. Won't matter. 5 seconds in the game, that'll do it.
Yep.
Chicago Inter will take third place as the buzzer sounds.
Yep.
But Canosa definitely the aggressor there at the end.
Yep. Trying to draw a penalty. I know. I'm going to step on my soapbox again.
Go.
I know that you're winning. Still try to play with something. You don't have to go hard, but, don't lob it. Don't be that team. Anyways, congratulations to Chicago. Very well fought. Honestly, they deserve that win. 100%. They outplayed West Point, in my opinion. They didn't play West Point's game, and strong defense and very good playmaking is what allowed them to come out on top.
Patrick Jalabert, our player of the game, correct?
I would 100% agree with that. He kept them in there. I mean, if he didn't have those massive one-on-one fast break saves, it'd be 28-26.
Well,
this points favor.
We will, excuse me, we will grab Patrick Jalabert for the post-game player of the game interview up high, and we'll do that in a second.
Yep. Two, one.
Back at Kennedy Activity Center as we get set for the championship game with CalHeat and NYAC. We've got a piece of business to take care of. Goaltender. Patrick Jalabert, our player of the game for the contest just completed. Chicago Inter winning over West Point 26-23. You, sir, kept your team in it single-handedly in spots.
It's a team effort. We knew there'd be times where the defense would have a little bit of a letdown. I'd have to step up. That's the nature of a team sport. You help the next guy out.
Yep.
Luckily today, I feel like I did that okay. So we came out on top. It was tense a couple times, but.
And there were times where it was an offensive game, but your team spread the offense around. It wasn't focused on one specific player.
Right, and that's again that's what makes the strength of a team when you're going to win, and both teams did that to an extent, making sure that everyone got involved, everyone got a chance at a shot. You set your plays up, you put different people in a position to shoot, and everyone steps up.
Josh Walinga.
Yeah, congratulations. I mean, we've had a lot of goalkeepers up here. I want to say this tournament is a goalkeeping clinic put on by all of us. Congratulations on that. What was the big thing you guys did when you were preparing, if you did any prep coming into this third place game?
And Army is a team we play frequently, obviously, over the years. They're always a little bit different because of graduating classes and so on, but they have a similar approach every time, which is revolving around their physicality, around their ability to keep the ball running. So our main objective was to keep them from running us out of the hall. So we slowed down when we could. Didn't try not to get into their game. The fast game is always going to be their game. Trying to slow that down and play our own.
And you knew that going in, which I thought served as an advantage. But as far as your tournament play here, how does that propel you going forward with the tournament that you are hosting in 3 weeks?
We're coming away with a lot of things learned. More so in this morning's loss, obviously, than in the win, because the win means you did a couple things right, went your way. Definitely a lot of different things. We came in with a set of plays, a set of instructions, and we go back to practice. We've got 3 weeks ahead of us till the next tournament, and we go back to work. Well,
you celebrate with your boys and get back to preparing for your event. Congratulations on the third place effort.
Thank you very much.
That was Patrick Gelabert. We get set for Championship Sunday next. Back at Kennedy Activity Center for all the cookies as New York Athletic Club takes on CalHeat for the Fall Classic Championship. Jeff Disher, Josh Walinga, and Josh, we were thinking about differing styles between New York Athletic Club and CalHeat. However, New York Athletic Club lacking their offensive juggernaut in Mike King, as he was injured in the earlier game that New York Athletic Club played.
Yeah, they're really going to need to adapt to that. I know he was kind of their play caller. Also, short bench now. One player down when you already have 9 is slim pickings. But I think due to the experience that NYAC has and the storied history between these two teams, I think they'll be okay. I mean, if NYAC starts off slow and CalHeat just keeps putting on the heat, for lack of a better term, then it might be bad for NYAC. But it's also possible too that NYAC can control the game with their slow pass. That's not a good way to start.
Windish missing Ali there.
Yep. Yeah, if each team plays their own game, I think it's gonna be good. I mean, all these placement games have been absolutely wonderful.
Ogendahl with this for CalHeat, and New York Athletic Club driving into their attacking zone. That pass missed. Looked like Jordan Fithian for New York Athletic Club.
Yep. CalHeat has another chance. I think NYAC's going to try to get those wing passes. The back is really good about going forward and trying to intercept those. I think CalHeat's wings probably need to come up a little bit more. Usually you want to play a corner, but if you're passing like that and they're just playing on the 6, you can go up and try to get the ball moving.
Ogendahl to Knies. Knies dropped it off. And a lob leads to CalHeat's opening goal of the game. And the goal scored by Garcia.
Yep, that's good. Fake it low like you're going to shoot and then go high. Goalie is already going to be up and he's going to be moving down. He can't stand up that quick.
Yep. New York Athletic Club looking for an answer. Windish with a shot, but it was kept out.
Yep.
Omid Bazanjani getting the start in net again for CalHeat.
Yeah, he's a good guy to be leading your defense. Very smart, very knowledgeable about handball, and also a great player.
Windish shoots. Did it stay out?
Yep.
Yes, it did.
Great save. Great way to be there, too. He was running out to try to get that. Unfortunate for NYAC, though. They really needed to get that and get a rebound goal.
Ogendahl worked it far wing. Whistle goes. Contact called on the far side. Extended possession for CalHeat. Akuro, a player of the game earlier this weekend. Ogendahl to Akuro to Ogendahl. Far wing. Swap. And Ogendahl shoots off the outside of the net. We stay 1-0. 22-20 left to go in the first half. Brought ahead by New York Athletic Club into their attack. And Considine shoots one, stays out. The rebound floats back towards midcourt. And an extended possession for NYAC.
Yeah, that one definitely was a shocker to the keeper there. That was also a rocket. Straight up zip line.
Ali had his shot blocked. I do apologize. Point? Or you wanted to make a point?
Nope, I lost my train of thought.
Aha. NYAC with possession. They go down low. Quick shot, quick goal. Alex Recker. 1-1 our score. As Ogendahl looks to answer. This goes to Knies to Ogendahl. Ogendahl hands to Akuro. Akuro hands off. Body contact. NYAC's Devin Bartlett pleading. And that's a battle he won't win as Knies will regather and restart the offense.
I think the pivots are going to play a lot in this game, too. NYAC is going to rely on number 33, a veteran, especially since Mike King is gone.
Recker?
Yep. And I think CalHeat is going to try to rely on their backs still, like this, for instance.
Great shot.
Good
attempted
save.
by Ogendahl and an even better save.
Yep.
Windish advances across the midcourt line. Ali, bear hug before the shot called. And NYAC will extend possession. 20 minutes and 38 seconds to play in the first half of a tie game. Gold medal game here at the Fall Classic as a shot from Ali goes wide.
Yep.
Best two teams in the tournament, no?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, honestly, all the placement games today have been close in skill level. Good shot.
Great shot.
And this is no different. If you want to see what elite handball has to offer in the United States,
watch this game.
Watch this
right
game. Yep. Another game. Another good set of games would be anytime New York team handball is involved. They're good. Honestly, it's NYAC, CalHeat, and New York team handball on top of the podiums just about every year. And West Point is there most years too. But like Patrick said, with their graduating class, it can be a little
touch and go, maybe.
Yep, exactly.
Considine. Harmed. No whistle. We play on. Ali waits. Run in two. He still got the shot away, but it won't count.
Yep, I think he wanted that one. I think that whistle was good. So.
And a restart to possession. Ali fires, save made. Rebound. Diving was Bazanjani. He got there, and CalHeat establishes possession, or did they? They did not. Breakout for NYAC. Considine scores.
Yep, you're going to see a lot of back and forth like this. If you don't get the fast break, it's going to be fast passing into setup plays. But NYAC likes to run, and so does CalHeat sometimes. So they're going to be looking for those fast breaks just about every time.
Knies to Ogendahl, back to Knies. Knies center backing on this attack. It comes to Ogendahl to Knies. Swap to Ogendahl eventually. Another swap as CalHeat trying something. Ogendahl's pass picked off. He goes to retrieve. Ogendahl got it back from Morrish, and the shot is blocked, and we stay 2-all.
3-2
Or it's
CalHeat.
actually 3-2. Goal scored by CalHeat there as it went in the net as quickly as it came out.
I could definitely hear the flames coming off of that shot. Just outside of the hip, that's hard for a goalie to save and see even.
NYAC advancing. Windish draws contact and a foul call. 18 minutes and 5 left to go in the first half. Considine attacked by 2. And an extended possession for NYAC. 17:50 to go. Spin move, Considine. He missed the shot wide.
Yeah, the more NYAC hangs on to the ball in these long possessions, I mean, the less time CalHeat has to return fire. I mean, that's how every game is, but very important for this.
Considine, around 2, he scores.
Great way to go up for a fake and then bounce the ball. Get CalHeat there to kind of be offset a little bit.
Far wing, short side, that goes in.
5-hole.
Goaltender's worst enemy.
Yep, it's always embarrassing when you get there, but you know what? It happens to everybody.
Yep, been there, done that a few times. As NYAC brings this ahead with Ali, who has kind of had to be Michael King's understudy in light of King's issues earlier. Ali gets the shot away, rebound, battled for, loose ball, actually held ball.
Yep.
And it will go to CalHeat.
That was really good on the wing for CalHeat to hang on to that. If he didn't, that's going to be a free shot.
CalHeat brings this ahead far side. Garcia dropped it off and got it back, and he dropped it to Drew Bradley. Eventually getting it to Ogendahl near side from Paulus. Ogendahl, Paulus. Garcia involved in the play with a swap. Garcia couldn't handle, gets it in front, quick shot and a goal.
Yep, CalHeat's got their rhythm early. NYAC's actually playing really good. Their first 3 games, they were really slow. I mean, in Minnesota Green specifically, I'll say we were up by like 6, and then they caught up. This game, they're really putting it to CalHeat.
Wow.
And that's what they need to do. They need to keep it going and not get off to a slow start.
5-4 our score, 15:48 to go in the first half as a goal scored by Garcia, 6-4.
Yep, rocket shot again.
Right hand, am I
Yep.
correct?
Exactly.
Okay.
Coming off that wing, get that jump, and then get that shot.
Josh Hedrick would be proud.
Yep, absolutely.
Considine works this over for NYAC as the center back in this attack. His shot fools the heck out of Omid Bazanjani.
Yep, he's kind of kicking himself for not being ready for that one.
Far side, NYAC steals after Garcia couldn't get through the defense.
Whoop. Misplay there. CalHeat wants to slow down. They kind of need to do that. With a couple back and forths, you want to just take a breather. Say, all right, let's get this set up and get something moving.
Just over 10 minutes into the match as this comes to Ogendahl. Ogendahl dropped it to Paulus. Paulus goes to Ogendahl. Ogendahl got it back. Paulus fires Garcia. Lob, and it goes in. So he faked the shot, and that lob brings CalHeat up to 7-5.
Yeah, and because he has so much height, when he goes up and jumps, he can fake a full shot and still get the lob in. It's amazing the athleticism of some of these players.
NYAC with possession. Over on the far side, Considine. Save made, Bazinjani. And play continued. Everybody in the middle of the court thought play had stopped. And Bazinjani surrenders another one, 7-6.
Katie says, let's go CalHeat. We've got one fan for CalHeat. Welcome, welcome.
If you're enjoying this one, let us know in the chat. We'll get to your comments as the game progresses. 13:50 to go as that goes to Ogendal from Garcia. Shot, score. 8-6.
Yep, I think this is the highest tempo game that we've had so far.
Yes.
Maybe the West Point CalHeat was pretty up there for a second, but this is what handball's all about right here.
As the shot goes high.
Yep.
Before the shot, though, contact in the middle of the floor on the NYAC attack side. So the shot goes away. 7-meter throw. Or check that. Just an extended possession.
Yep.
For NYAC.
The defense got his arm under his throat there. That's why they called it. He wasn't going in for a shot, so that's why there was no 7. So just a regular 9, but a 2-minute. So very important for NYAC. See if they can get 2 or 3 goals and make up that deficit that they're in right now.
That is a score at will man advantage for NYAC.
Yep.
As CalHeat has a player off for 2 minutes.
Yep. Mark Thornton says, Alex Recker is the man. Shout out to him.
So that's one New York Athletic Club.
Yep. Another Let's Go CalHeat, man.
2-1.
Yep, exactly.
Garcia sends this in. Nice 2-point takedown at the top of the arc. And Alex Recker knew it as he goes back to the bench, nearly kicking himself like a rocket.
Yep, that one he grabbed and kind of pulled him down. You can't do that. You can let them spin, and you can spin with them, but if you're the one who's pulling them down, that's going to be a 2-minute every time.
CalHeat with possession as Lever with this. Lever gets it back. Quick shot. Save made. And that's Aaron Lippert in net for NYAC.
Yeah.
Forgot to mention him early on.
Looks like make it 3 for CalHeat. My apologies for counting. CalHeat, it's another one for NYAC. I love to see it. NYAC scores.
8-7 our score in favor of CalHeat.
Yep.
Looking to extend to a 2-goal lead. 11:49 to go, first half of the gold medal match. Blake Havern with this. Go ahead.
Looks like CalHeat's pulling their goalie, so it's going to be 6-on-5 right now.
Extra man on for CalHeat.
Yep. If NYAC can get a stop and get a goal while the goalie is out, that's going to be big.
Tip ball. Whistle. Goal doesn't count.
Nope. Goalie ball stepped in.
To the restricted area.
Yep. Gives CalHeat enough time to get their goalie back.
And Omid raced back in like he was shot out of a cannon.
Yep, you got to do that. I know it's tough and goalies don't run very much, but you got to be ready.
Delivered by Windish. Draws the body contact as 11 minutes remains in the opening half. Extended possession here for NYAC. Considine delivers down low. Considine got it over to Windish, but before the shot would go, the whistle comes.
Yep, that's another one. He's going in for the attack. Looks like the arm got around his neck. I think he might have been falling there from our point of view, but the defense was there. They did what they need to do.
And so CalHeat, 2 men down, it looks like, for a little ways.
Looks like one down.
Just one down, apparently.
Yep. The last penalty got killed by them, which is good.
10:39 to go in the first half. Timeout called. 8-all our score. And that was a great timeout to take if you are CalHeat. Well, both teams offer a reset with this timeout. giving the game even Steven as we go down the stretch here in the first half.
Yeah, and I think CalHeat taking a timeout after getting two technical penalties for those 2 minutes, I think is good. Kind of reset and say, hey, let's calm down, guys. These two teams are very physical, always have been, always will be. And I think NYAC is just like, okay, let's keep pushing this. And yeah, this is about the pace of game I thought it was going to be. This is about the scoreline I thought it was going to be. Maybe give or take a goal, maybe 6-6, 7-7, 7-9, something like that. Close is what I'm getting at. So
we're on pace for about, I'd say it's about 20 or so.
yeah, I'd say 15-16 first half for each team. I mean, minus maybe some weird circumstances.
So we're on pace 32-30, something like that.
Yep. Yeah, this is an offensive game. Both teams, their offenses are dominant. They have solid defenses too, but for them, their offense is what carries the game.
Lever goes cross court. Lever gets this back, drops it to Ogendahl. Ogendahl has a man. That would be Morsch. And Lever threw it away.
All right, that was not a good throwaway.
No.
Goalie's going back out there, so CalHeat's going to be down one player still. They'll probably keep pulling the goalie.
Considine shoots one, blocked. I believe a player was in the restricted area.
Yep.
That leads to an extended possession for NYAC. 9:45 to go, first half of play. Jeff Disher and Josh Wallinga with you. Goaltender to goaltender, and a shot save made by Bazanjani.
Yep. You're going to have abs of steel after those.
Akuro shoots and scores. 9-8 CalHeat.
Yeah, Kuro's still coming out strong. It's good to see.
Can NYAC answer? And Considine says, yes, sir. 9 minutes and 13 seconds to play. Akuro shot canceled by the whistle.
I believe that was a travel call. I think he took one too many steps there, unfortunately.
Can't be doing that in your attack zone.
Nope. This gives NYAC a chance to pull ahead, I think, for the first time.
I believe it would
game.
be all game, yep. Considine drops it down low, got it to Ali. Quick shot, blocked away by Bazanjani.
Yep. Great save. Way to be there.
Making the play is Morsch, and who scores?
Yep.
Yannick to Morsch. 8.5 minutes to go as NYAC looking to answer. This goes back to Considine. How has NYAC been impacted without Michael King in the lineup?
I think it's a little more disorganized than normal, is my guess.
Fast break leads to a goal.
Yep. I think NYAC's a little disorganized. Like, they're still strong, they're still passing, but the center back, their job is to look at the field and say, here's what we're gonna do, and then kind of guide the players into that. Like, the players know what they're supposed to do when they're told to do it, but he's just kind of the level-headed person and kind of directs everything. It's basically like you have an assistant director.
Like a floor general, maybe?
Yeah,
in
something
basketball?
like that, yeah.
Quick shot for NYAC leads to a goal, 11-10.
So I think NYAC is really feeling that. With that being said, though, they are doing a very good job at holding CalHeat.
Garcia threw that one up and over the cage, but that will cancel out as body contact was drawn by Garcia.
Yep. That is a red card.
Rutrow.
That's going to be a huge hit.
Rutrow, Reggie.
Yep. Out for the rest of the game. Last game of the day, but there goes an experienced pivot player.
And Akuro scores. Does a red card in the final game of a tournament carry over in 3 weeks in Chicago?
No. So I think my understanding is, people in chat, correct me if I'm wrong, a red card you just get, you're out for that specific game.
Yep.
If it's a blue card, then you get a 1-game suspension.
Ah.
I think. I think it used to be a red card as a 1-game suspension, and then they added the blue card for offenses.
But definitively out for the rest of the game,
Yes.
regardless of whether red or blue.
Yeah, exactly. And honestly, that's really going to hurt NYAC because he was one of their most experienced players. Like, they have a lot of them, but yeah.
Yikes.
I don't know why the red card was called. I don't know if it was his third technical. I don't think it was. I think he only had 1, maybe 2. But yeah, so
Akuro gets this to Paulus. Paulus scores.
yep.
And
That's
now CalHeat can exhibit their will on NYAC all day.
yeah. Yeah, the Wrecker was a great defensive player. I know I keep going back to this, but like I can't be stated just like how important he was to the team right now, especially with Mike King gone.
Yep.
2 top players are gone, so
Considine delivers down low, ball stolen. And CalHeat's breakout thwarted by the whistle.
yep. I think Omar is going to step up. He's been stepping up this game specifically in the left back position. He's kind of been helping out Constantine, kind of directing plays and get the flow going, which is good.
Omar Ali scores. And it's now 13-12.
Yeah, if he keeps doing that, it's going to keep him in, and it's going to be great. It's going to be great for NYAC. So, yeah, I mean, 7 minutes, 30 seconds left. This is a great game, close game, very fast pace. I love it.
5.5 minutes left.
Oh, I did not start the clock. Technical difficulties, -1 for Josh. My apologies, everybody.
Quick shot leads to a goal for CalHeat, 14-12.
All right, 5 minutes left. Clock is correct now. Score is also correct.
And see, I love those quick resets.
Yes, I do too. This is how handball should be played. Quick resets, fast, 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 fast.
4:50 left to go in the first half of play. I was also talking about the clock, but both ways work.
Oh, yep.
Ball stolen by Considine. And body contact halts play, 4:35 as the clock rolls. Coming up at the end of the game, we will have the post-game awards ceremony for you.
Yep.
So stay tuned for that. We'll also have the player of the game from the championship game.
I'd say that's kind of up in the air.
Yeah,
my
I would
opinion
agree.
Right
I don't have a clear-cut favorite yet.
now. Yep.
Ali, pocket picked. No, it was not. NYAC with possession as Ali picks up his own trash.
Yep, that's what happens when you have level 100 sneak.
Considine. Whistle before the shot. No goal. Wipe it off.
Yep, he looked like he was inside, crossed through to get to that. Can't do that. That's a no-no.
3:50 left to go in the first half. Kept alive by Ogendal. Akuro scores.
Good shot. That was a really smart move to get the pass off when he did, and then get back in position to come back in and take a shot. And honestly, he's been on point with his shooting. I think 1 or 2 have gone over this entire tournament.
Yep.
And he's taken, 10, 20, 25, 30 shots.
Considine. Dropped it down low. Whistle before the shot, so that wiped away. I've got my eye on Akuro once again.
I'd say so too. I think maybe Constantine for NYAC, just more from the play calling aspect and
Yeah.
keeping this team together. So we'll keep an eye on both of them.
Dragged down is Ali.
Yep.
And he took wood to the head, which doesn't bounce back, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But he's up
Yep.
right quick.
Yep. That's gonna be a 2-minute as well.
2:57 as the clock stops. 15-13 our score in favor of CalHeat.
Yep. NYAC taking a timeout. That's a good call.
Great timeout there.
Yep. Let Omar maybe sit down for a minute or 2 and then get back in there, or I don't know, maybe give him a break for the rest of the half so he can be ready to go for the second portion of the game.
And
Yeah.
then would you use Jordan Fithian maybe or Ethan Pickett to quote unquote replace him?
So as someone who likes or looking out for your players, yes, I would say either of those. You're down by 2. Maybe you could have him sit for a minute. Just let him get his bearings again, especially after a hard fall like that. But I'm not the coach. They know their players. The players know themselves. So that's ultimately their call. I'd say maybe let him sit for the rest of the half and kind of give him time. But
And I know we're speaking from the experience of having seen these first 14, 15 games of the tournament.
Yep. I've seen people get hurt and then continue to play, and then they're out forever. And I especially for someone like Omar, who's just been great.
And that's why the doctor stepped in and kept Michael King out of this game. He strikes me, and having done games with him over the course of not only this tournament but last year, King strikes me as a player who will play through injury, which is something you don't want this early in the season. As a corner thrower starts play for New York Athletic Club.
Yep, and ultimately it's the player's call. If they're feeling it, then who am I to stop them?
Shot and a goal there for NYAC, 15-14 with 2:25 to go.
But yeah, it looks like Omar is good to go. He's out there playing defense. Seems like he's running around good, so that's great. No, we don't want any more injuries, especially in the last game of the tournament.
No. 1-5, the setup for NYAC on the defensive side, as they've got to find a way to stop Jonathan Garcia. This pass goes to Paulus, who goes to Ogendal. Ogendal gets it back top of the attack. No swap occurred as Akuro, top of the attack, gets it to Lever, who scores 16-14, 143 left to go in the first half as the clock rolls. New York Athletic Club in their attack. Ali, bear hugged by 2 before he can get the shot away. Extended possession for NYAC as the restart occurs.
That was good defense by CalHeat there. Don't let him get through and get a shot off.
Considine goes far wing. Tugged was Windish as we tick down to the final 75 seconds. Windish, Considine, near side Ali. Now Lee bear hugged, halt play, clock rolls, 65 seconds and an extended possession for NYAC. Considine, Windish, Considine, down low to Ali. They're trying the same thing thrice, and it's not working.
That might have been a passive play. I couldn't see the ref's hand.
Leads to a goal from CalHeat. It's Yannick Tamorish. And I would agree with you. That could be seen as passive play.
Yep. So I think if you're NYAC, you just need to get a goal. If you get a goal, you're going to halftime 2 down.
30 seconds to go as CalHeat looks to advance. Garcia, shoot. Kick, save made.
Yep, that's big. I mean, any save when a one-on-one like that is big. So see if NYAC can capitalize off of that.
Considine, long shot, and Bazanjani is there with 7 seconds to go in the half. That should just about do it for the first half of the gold medal game.
Yep.
As the buzzer sounds right now.
Yep, it's going to be another 9-meter throw.
So extension of the half for this 9-meter throw to be taken.
Yep.
By CalHeat.
So with the new red card, or with the new 2-minute penalties.
Shot goes far side. Now we are at halftime, 17-14 to CalHeat. Impressions on the gold medal game so far?
This is exactly what I was expecting to see from these two teams. NYAC, runner-up at nationals last year. CalHeat, national champions in the elite division. Mind you, both of these teams are elite division teams. This is the kind of caliber of game I was expecting to see. Score-wise, it looks about what I was thinking too. So no surprises from me. If one team was way ahead of the other, then I'd be surprised. I mean, I don't know what else to say. This is exactly what I was expecting to walk into when we were starting this game.
We're on pace for 34-28 based on the way the first half went. We'll pause and we will bring you the second half of the gold medal game, and that comes your way in a few. back at the Kennedy Activity Center for the final half of the gold medal game as NYAC and CalHeat rather are battling for supremacy at the first U.S. handball tournament or team handball tournament of the year. CalHeat with a 3-goal lead through 25 minutes. Jeff Disher, Josh Wallinga with you high atop the Kennedy Activity Center. I can say none of us have taken flight yet. I almost did last night, but a rail caught me. And another year of impressive handball almost under our belts, and we have one more half of handball to go.
Yeah, everybody that's tuned in this weekend, even those that came for just the first or second day, we appreciate it. Any support, any viewership is very big to us, allows us to continue to do this and provide you with streams because we know people will watch it. We're not spending our time working on stuff people don't want to view. So thank you again, everybody, as we get started here for the second half. And let's see if NYAC can catch up to CalHeat.
CalHeat with possession to start the second half. If you want to drop a comment in the chat, we'll get to that as the half progresses. CalHeat with possession as this goes to Ogendal. Down low near wing, and they're literally flip-flopping the offense. Our CalHeat literally going kitty corner from where they were in the first half. Akuro down low near side, dropped it off and got it to Paulus, shot in the goal, 18-14 CalHeat.
Yep, that was some good movement, good pass and jump shot there. Not much more. That's kind of the bread and butter right now. Bread and butter of CalHeat. Pass, shoot.
I mean, I like that term too. That worked.
Yep. So.
Considine goes to Windish, and NYAC suffering without their spiritual leader Michael King, who was out with a concussion earlier in the game, or earlier in the day, I should say. Quick shot and a goal, 19-14, CalHeat.
Yep, I'm glad he's doing okay. He did take a hard fall, came off with a bloody nose. I know he had a chipped tooth and didn't know he had a concussion. But yeah, these are hard floors, so it's unfortunate, but sadly it happens.
Yeah, only reason I bring that up, and I could be wrong, but if you're not concussed, you play in the. I would think he would play in the championship game if he wasn't feeling the effects.
Yeah, I mean, maybe the chipped tooth kind of got a little, maybe got a nerve or something in there, but yeah, looking out for himself. He's got a long season ahead of him. You don't want to overdo it now.
Nope. Paulus with the goal.
But yeah, NYAC's really feeling it a little bit. They're leaderless right now. I mean, a lot of players are starting to step up. Constantine is stepping up. Omar has just been solid. Also with Wrecker gone, taking a red card in the first half. That's a big defensive player there gone too. So NYAC's kind of in shambles, but you know what? They're standing tall. They're standing strong. They were only 3 down. They're 4 down now, but I mean, giving up 1 goal in 3 minutes? That's not bad.
Yeah. NYAC feeling the. Let me check my notes. Heat, maybe.
Yes, they are feeling the heat of CalHeat.
Great kick save made by. It was Aaron Lippert for NYAC. 22 minutes to go in the gold medal game here at the Fall Classic. We have the awards, or we have the championship game MVP coming up, and we also have the awards ceremony. Tournament MVP and some others will be decided. We'll give you that sound after this one concludes. Yep. NYAC driving in the attack zone. Quick shot, short side, goal. And CalHeat will answer up 4.
Yep.
Akuro. Paulus. Akuro got the shot away, but he is thwarted by Lippert.
Yep, good kick save there. up to down. Just stick your foot out, and you get it.
Starrett throws this cross court. Starrett gets it back as NYAC trying to switch some things up. Out of the corner, quick shot and a great save, but it'll be thwarted by the whistle. I believe a 7 meter's been called. It has.
Yep. I think it was because CalHeat was in the zone. I think he might have been blocking into the zone.
Considine with a shot that's saved, and CalHeat doesn't surrender a goal off their mistake.
Yeah, that's best case scenario for CalHeat.
Quick shot and a double whammy.
That's actually the best case scenario. You get a stop, you get a good defense, and then you score a goal.
And a 2-goal swing there for in CalHeat's favor, 22-17, with 20 minutes and a dime remaining in the championship game.
Yep, NYAC down by 5, but they're not giving up.
Not by any stretch of the imagination, as Devin Bartlett shows frustration with that offensive exchange for NYAC.
Yep.
CalHeat driving. Akuro thought about a shot, but he dumps it off. Got it to Ogendahl. Ogendahl slows the game down, and Ogendahl goes to Akuro. Akuro under consideration from here, at least, for player of the game. As this goes to Ogendahl, back to Akuro, they play catch.
Yep, I would agree with that.
Ogendahl shoots off the iron. Out of play it goes. 19:25 left to go when we get back underway.
Yep, that line was very friendly to NYAC there. I think if it would have went out on the sideline, CalHeat probably would have scored. CalHeat's been really good about putting away those quick passes in.
Windish, short side, shot and a goal. Don't count NYAC out by any stretch. They're down 4, 19 minutes to play, plenty of time.
Yep, they've been down by further, and they've clawed their way back. So
Akuro drops this to Ogendahl. Quick shot and a goal. CalHeat answers.
Yep, goalie doing a little bit of the Charleston there. Goes through their legs. That'll happen.
Halt to play.
Yep.
2-minute called.
Yep. Grab it onto the shirt when you went by. That's gonna be a 2-minute.
Can't be doing that as you go into your attack, or as you retreat into your defense zone.
Yep. Let's see if NYAC can capitalize and fool the goalie.
Surprisingly, they did. 23-19. Omid comes off.
Yep, if you see people running around here with yellow suits, just remember 23-19. Especially if there's a sock lying around.
Where are you headed?
Monsters Inc. reference.
Aha!
That's that I got you on that one.
You did. You did. Well done. Garcia. Akuro picks up his own trash. Akuro shoots. Oh! Right off the vegetable for Lippert, but he makes the save.
Oh, no.
Ogendahl. I think it may have been a grazing blow. Akuro off the iron. Rebound to CalHeat. And Ogendahl shoved. No whistle. We'll play on.
Yep. That was a lot going on there. I'm still processing everything. Gears are starting to slow down. But, yeah, I think CalHeat needed to bury that. NYAC, very good recovery, though. Also good save by the keeper to kind of allow NYAC to settle back down and force CalHeat to slow as well.
And that pass intended for Ogendahl. Can NYAC go on the fast break? Negative, Ghost Rider. Ogendahl advances this with a little help from Akuro across the timeline.
Yep.
16:52 to go in the game.
So I know NYAC wants to go fast. They're starting to pick up again, kind of like they did. They're a little slow in the first half, and they pick up in the second half. I think they just got to not go as quick, because that's 3 in a row that they've thrown away on fast breaks.
That bear hug halts play. Kick save made Lippert, but we stay here.
Yep. Good defense there. force the wing to go towards the goal line instead of the middle.
And now NYAC on the attempt of a fast break, 3-on-2. Ball bounces towards Bazinjani, and CalHeat escapes with a 4-goal advantage and 16 minutes and a nickel left to play.
That was very good defense on CalHeat. Everybody, or at least 3 or 4 people running back to stop that fast break. Very well done.
CalHeat with possession as this goes to Garcia. Garcia dropped it over to Paulus. Paulus to Akuro. Akuro to Paulus. Paulus down low near wing. Quick shot in the goal as it evades Aaron Lippert.
Yep. So
5-goal lead, 15 and a half left to go. But NYAC answers.
Yep. That's what they got to keep doing. And eventually you'll get out of the slump. 1 for 1. You'll make a stop. You'll start catching up.
That was Devin Bartlett on the other end for NYAC. Now you've got to think about a defensive stop if you're NYAC.
Yep.
And the straw that stirs the drink defensively would be Devin Bartlett in the middle.
Yep. Next 3 possessions, I want to see NYAC get 2 stops and then a goal. If they do that, very high chance of them coming back in this game.
Akuro scores 25-20. Now coming up are NYAC, and they were stopped by the whistle.
Yep. CalHeat, I think, is the first team that's actually been getting back on defense on their fast breaks. Like, other teams are just like, well, they're faster than us. I know Minnesota Green, we did that, and that's why they started scoring.
I can think of one other exception being West Point, too.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. So, yeah, CalHeat, if they keep getting back on defense, it's going to be tough for NYAC to capitalize on those fast breaks.
Lever gets it from Akuro and goes down low. Lever down low, bouncing ball, loose, and Lippert will pick it up. So there's the defensive stop that NYAC needed. Can they score and convert? A NYAC player forgot the ball, and it's 3-on-1 this way. Akuro scores. And now you're starting to get into starting to get the boat rolling.
Yep. NYAC's just slow. Their grasp is slowly slipping on this game.
13:37 to go in the second half.
If you want to do an analogy, NYAC is kind of on a cliff, sitting very good, but CalHeat is putting their foot on each of the fingers, and slowly they're starting to go out. I think if CalHeat scores 2 or 3 more unanswered goals, so they're up by 8 or 9.
You can start to turn out the lights.
Yep. It's not going to be for sure because NYAC can come back, but it's going to be very difficult.
Akuro tried to deliver that one down low. Got it to Garcia, and he scored. 27-20.
Yep. Katie, shout out. Great goal, Drew Bradley, a couple possessions ago.
Here comes CalHeat once more. Ogendahl delivers cross court. Lever scores, and that's 2 unanswered.
Yep.
Timeouts. NYAC.
Yep. They really needed to take a timeout. That's a good call. You can't let CalHeat keep getting those. Can't let CalHeat keep getting those steals. And honestly, I think this game is really showing the downsides of having a small bench for NYAC.
Yeah, and your spiritual leader in Michael King out with injury, as well as one out with a red card in the first half.
Yep. So if NYAC stays composed, they shore up their defense a little more and get more crisp passes on offense, I think they can make a comeback. For CalHeat, just keep doing what you're doing, honestly. You can almost put on the cruise control. Just don't let it get out of hand.
12:47 to go in the second half of the gold medal game with Joshua Linga. Jeff Disher up high at Bloomington Kennedy Activity Center in Bloomington, Minnesota. Not about 3 miles away from the Mall of America.
Yep. If you ever come to Minnesota, I highly recommend going there. Heck, if any more teams want to join next year so we can have a bigger bracket, reach out to Josh, and if you like what you're seeing here, talk to him, and he'll get you set up, and maybe we can get 3 groups going next year.
NYAC with possession as they come into the front court. Now NYAC on the attack, down 8. Over to Windish. Windish, bear hug, halt, play, clock rolls, 12.5 minutes, or clock rolls rather. 12.5 minutes to go as Ali bear hugged. Again, clock rolls. And Bartlett will handle this. He goes to Ali, far side. This gets to Considine, and the goal scored.
Yep.
So 2 unanswered for CalHeat there in that exchange.
Yep.
As crossing the line is Ogendahl.
Got to keep the defense now.
Ogendahl to Akuro, lob up over the cage.
Not sure what that one was. I don't know if he touched him. My guess is he grabbed him or something. Yep, that sounds like what happened.
So Akuro will take this 7-meter.
Yep. So he can't use his height, but he has arm speed. So.
And he delivers. 29-21. 11:50 and counting. 29-21 CalHeat. As this one is driven up by Considine on the far side. Windish, Considine. Considine, bear, hug, halt, play, clock rolls, 11:33 left to go. NYAC with an extended possession. Bartlett to Ali. Ali tried to get through, couldn't get a shot away because he was mugged. Bartlett gets it back, and Bartlett also mishandled. Or manhandled, I should say, as play continues with Starrett. Ali, far side, and now CalHeat back into a man-to-man. Windish, dropped off, loose ball, CalHeat ball, up and over, 2-on-0 with a trailer, shot, Garcia with a goal, 30-21, and now you can start thinking about walking towards the light fixture.
Yep. Starting to grab the ladder out here, which is very unfortunate. First half was great. Just kind of deconstructed itself on NYAC. Couple 2-minute penalties. It takes out of you.
10.5 minutes. That shot goes in off the hand of Sean Starrett. 8-goal game now. 10:25 left to go. But you need something that you haven't had if you're NYAC, and that would be defensive stops. Quick shot, yep. Kanice.
So if NYAC in the next 5 to 6 minutes, NYAC needs to score at least 4 or 5 goals and have stops on each one of those.
Yep, without fail.
Without fail. Maybe draw a 7.
There's one.
Yeah, maybe draw a 7 because then a 7 and stop the clock because then the clock's going to is kind of their enemy as well. So
Akuro drops it far side, quick shot, and it is a goal. Renault, I believe, the scorer.
Yep.
So the clock for NYAC, like Blink-182 and NYAC's own worst enemy.
Yep, I would agree with that. Also, they're tired. You know, you're playing 4 games
in 3 days.
Yeah.
Yep.
I will say not as bad as the 2018 Nationals where we played 7 games in 3 days.
Jeez.
That was my first Nationals.
Double elimination bracket, I'm guessing?
Kind of. It was pool play, but I think we had 12 teams in each pool.
Okay.
Will say, loved it because it was my first one, but I would never do that again now.
I don't blame you.
So, yeah, 4 games that tangent, completing the tangent, playing 4 games with a roster of about 9 people, 10 people is tough.
Jeez. Akuro with the goal on the other end, putting CalHeat up 33-24, and he would be my nod officially now for player of the game for the championship tilt.
I would agree with that. Good pass.
Getting around is Hodgson, who scores, and add his name to the ledger.
Yep, that's good. I love seeing younger players, newer players getting goals like that. It's the greatest feeling when they score because you know you've been there. Your first goal first goal scored or even a first save, I guess in our case as goalies.
Yep.
It's amazing.
It's a confidence builder.
It's dopamine rush.
Sturette handles out of play.
I like that idea. Like that was a good idea. The wing, I think, was just like, hey, let's settle it down, and he's like, I got you, and unfortunately not.
7:45 left to go in the gold medal game from here in Bloomington.
Yep, game definitely slipped away from NYAC. They're hanging on by a pinky right now, which, as we've said, it happens to everybody.
As CalHeat adds a goal from Renault. 7:22 to go in the second half. 35-24 CalHeat. And Josh Hedrick, the heat is on in Bloomington.
Yes. CalHeat, what a tournament.
Speaking of heat, great shot there by NYAC. I do apologize.
No. Honestly, from what it's looking right now, CalHeat's going to take home the gold, going to take home the first place. Hopefully I don't jinx them. But with a 10-goal lead, with 7 minutes left, and the way that they're controlling this game, NYAC with that red card earlier in the game, and unfortunately Michael King out for the game because of the injury from the last game. No bench. So it's going to be really tough for them to come back. Look, CalHeat, they really brought it this game. They simplified it. They moved the ball. They played great defense. They played CalHeat handball. And that's the reason why they're winning by 10 points, 11 points now, against a really, really strong and gritty NYAC club.
CalHeat, I suppose, scouted for Michael King. Would they have known about his injury before this game?
So I am giving maybe a little too much intel. Danilo, if you are watching this on replay, my apologies. I, as a tournament organizer, I was actually in the room that CalHeat was game planning. I can confirm that they went into this game fully expecting Michael King to play.
Okay.
So I honestly think they would have done this with or without him. They maybe made some adjustments because they saw that he was not coming in. But I can confirm that. And honestly, that's what good teams do. They never think anyone is not going to play.
Yeah.
They're always going to be ready for someone who's like, they think they're out, and then all of a sudden they're coming in. You got to be prepared for everything, and San Francisco absolutely was.
And the reason I asked that question is the goal scored by NYAC, too little too late, I believe. That's how I would have approached it. I would have maybe seen that injury and thought, you know what, King is a flippin' gamer, judging by his performance last year and in this tournament in this year's tournament as well. I prepare for him to appear, and I take, I guess the word would be glee in the idea that he does not, knowing that I prepared for his inclusion in the lineup.
I mean, you have to really look at the clubs in the U.S. that are the most prepared. New York City Team Handball, I would say CalHeat, Chicago, West Point. I mean, those are some of the teams that you think of as practicing a lot, being really prepared for everything. They practice a ton all together. And same can be said for CalHeat. I mean, great job on Coach Danilo's part of really getting this team together. It is technically an A-B team, if you want to say a little bit of players from the first CalHeat 1, some players from CalHeat 2, but it doesn't matter. They all play the same. They all play great. Great coaching.
It's the same style, but we're not talking about practice.
Quote Allen Iverson.
Yeah, 20 years.
Yeah.
That goes back to the 2002 NBA playoffs.
Absolutely.
3:48 left to go in the second half. Jeff Disher, Josh Hedrick, Josh Willinga.
We'll say, now that we got 3:40 left, and I might have to go down getting the award ceremony set up. Just want to give a big thanks to some people. First off, I want to give a big thanks to the Kennedy Activity Center for hosting us again this year. They've been just really easy to work with. They understand handball is a really unique sport. They like to open up to unique sports and everything that comes with handball. They opened it up. They allowed us to use the facility, have great staff, access to facilities and office buildings. And, yeah, Mike Larson, supervisor of Kennedy Activity Center, can't thank him enough in the work that him and his team do. Got to thank just my club, Minnesota Team Handball Club, for helping out, volunteering when needed, helping me out. I feel like they definitely stepped up this year. Second year that we've done the Minnesota Fall Classic. Got to thank the guy to my right here, Josh Walinga. As you can see, the streaming, the graphics, everything like that is a step up, if not 10 steps up from what it was last year.
Agreed.
And we really hope that everybody on YouTube has really liked the streaming, the commentary, the color commentary, the play-by-play, graphics, everything like that. We really are looking to make this as top a stream in the USA Team Handball tournaments that you can find, honestly. Got to thank the man to my left here, Jeff Dish. Hey, it's always a pleasure having you over here, calling the games, staying up here pretty much all the way through, but just soaking in the game of team handball as being only a couple years knowing of it, and each year getting better and better as far as understanding the rules and the plays and everything like that. So once again, a pleasure, and can't wait to do it next year. And then, honestly, last and not least, really just got to thank all the teams for coming out. For just making the effort. Beginning of the season's always a little tough to get everything organized, but I'm so glad that we can make it 8 teams this year and make it a very, very competitive team. And I cannot forget, probably one of the most important pieces in a tournament is referees. I really have to thank Rafa of the National Referee Committee for the USATH. He really had to work hard. He had to claw and claw and claw to make sure that not only his referees were taken care of getting here, but that he was working with me, working with USA Team Handball and everything in that landscape. Referees, Rafa, thank you so much for coming out. It was a pleasure, and we look forward to seeing you next year. And thank you all the viewers. Tune in next year. We'll be back again for the 3rd annual.
I will be honored to be back as Josh Hedrick gets ready for the awards ceremony. Walinga and I will take you home as 38 seconds remain in a game that had a lot of heat to it early, but New York Athletic Club could not quell the heat as 25 seconds remains before the coronation of CalHeat as your 2022 Minnesota Fall Classic champion. Yep. New York Athletic Club running second, not necessarily a bad showing for the first regular season event.
Yep. For the small team that they brought, this is the best case scenario, especially with the red card, the injuries. And yeah, with that, congratulations to CalHeat. Well fought, well met. You did it. I don't know how else to say it. You made it. Maybe not quite as prestigious as the Elite National Champions or qualifying for Super Globe, but that's another notch that you can add to your belt of wins, specifically here. And yeah, that was a great showing from them. NYAC, good fight. Way to stay in there. Way to not give up. It happens. Injuries do happen. Red cards happen. It's unfortunate. But, hey, that was good. That was a great game.
Player of the game, Akuro?
I would say for sure. He, no disagreements here. We'll get him up there. Let them do their celebration. I will get... We'll get the camera situated so we can check out the ceremony. So
stay tuned. Player of the game interview coming next. And while Josh reconfigures the visuals for the awards ceremony that is upcoming, we will have Zuid Akuro, player of the game interview next.
MVG award goes to CalHeat as well. Special MVP honor. This is Matthias Gruber. He was Minnesota for college. I should go down to work there for grad school. He joined the club for us for about a year. Great guy, great teammate. Really just helped lay the foundation of like having fun and still being competitive. We went to the 2019 Nationals at Myrtle Beach. He came with us. It was probably one of the best experiences the club ever had. It really laid the foundation for where Minnesota team handball is right now. Being more competitive, having two teams, being able to host these tournaments. It was really that rocket point. He passed away, 30 years old, this past May, this past April, and it really, really hurt my heart. We miss him every day. We named it after him. So it's the Matthias Grover MVP Award.
Yeah, no, I know. All right, do we want to, he's on his way. You know what, I'll get this turned around and we'll actually have it this time. Those are empty?
Yes.
Okay. Get this down here. Yep. Stand right here. Right there, have him in the middle or have him to my right, either or, it doesn't matter. Okay. Yeah, once they do the picture.
Yep. back at Kennedy Activity Center post the Minnesota Fall Classic as CalHeat brought the heat, even in the heat of the moment. That would be two music-related heating references. One attributed to as I'm stepping your way.
There we go.
It is CalHeat with the 2022 Fall Classic victory over a gritty NYAC club. Jeff Disher, Josh Walinga, goaltender. And your thoughts on the last 3 days of handball, Josh?
Well, I'm exhausted, first of all.
I'm with you.
It helps to have a secondary goalie on most teams. Not everybody does. But, yeah, I'm tired. It's great. I think this was a great way to start. Starting off strong. Got a lot of support from people. I think we had 40, 50 viewers in the championship game consistently. Lots of talking. It's really good to have you guys give us feedback. As for myself, I felt like everybody played well. Some of the games were a little lopsided, but you're going to get that sometimes.
Yeah.
And but once it got to the placement games, those games were nice.
Indeed, and you saw the equity. We spoke about this earlier in the day. You saw the equity between, or the equality, I should say, in between each team, or between, I should say, each team in each matchup. So the 7th place matchup, for instance, was even. 5th place, even. Even going 3rd place, and championship game, all pretty even.
Yeah, I mean, in the half, I think each game, maybe bar the Minnesota Black in Milwaukee, I think there was a 9-goal disparity going into there. I'm probably wrong, but, it was a lot. But each game was within 2 or 3, and, that's what you like to see. I hate seeing blowouts. I know teams hate blowouts on both sides. So the fact that we can get that even at the end, it's great.
No, nothing related to overtime in this tournament. Every game finished in regulation.
Yep.
Which is impressive, too. So we will get Zuida Kuro up here for the player of the game for the championship game, or at least make an attempt to.
He might be heading back. I know that they probably got to catch a flight. So
Then
if we can't catch him.
You know what? He's got recognition from here for when he watches this game on demand.
Yep.
But for Josh Walinga, for Josh Hedrick, everyone who has been a part of the coverage this weekend, Mike King, without the chipped tooth when he was up here yesterday.
Ryan Peterson, and several others. Jeff Disher saying so long for now from the Kennedy Activity Center, where it is CalHeat bringing the heat and winning the 2022 Minnesota Fall Classic. So long, everybody.